Alright, so welcome everyone. Thanks for waiting. But welcome to tonight's game. We'll have one new player joining us, and the rest of you are familiar with each other at this point. I think you've all played together at some point. So, welcome back, Silver and Rain and Sylvia and Valo. So Special here's our new one. We're gonna get him rolled up
Oh,
since he's new. Hello, welcome. But hopefully y'all had good weeks. Alright,
interesting week, but not bad.
good to hear. Alright, you all sit tight. If you need to discuss anything in the meantime, feel welcome to use the uh, roleplay channel, since we're going to be roleplaying soon, as I get Special's character rolled up. Alright, Special, so the first thing we determine for your character are his or her ability scores. We'll do this
Okay.
at 3d6. We use the traditional method, of course, 3d6 down the line.
Alrighty.
Alright, so your character has a strength of 7.
Alrighty.
You can
That
write this
is
down if you
so
want.
bad. Oh boy.
Yeah, so that is considered below average. 9 through 12 is considered average.
Cool. So there goes all of the beta classes out the window.
Alright, next is intelligence. Not bad. So you'll have 11 intelligence.
Okay.
Alright. Next is wisdom. 10 wisdom. Alright. Then dexterity. 13. Alright, constitution. 15. And charisma. 11.
Sorry, what I get for wisdom again? I'm just writing this down also.
Wisdom is 10.
Ah, cool. I got everything else, thanks.
Alright. Very good. Okay, I'm gonna close the VC now. Let's see.
Alrighty.
Just so that we're not interrupted by anyone. Welcome, Linlin.
Hello.
We're about to play some D&D.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to try it with us, or are you just gonna watch tonight?
I think I'll just watch for now because I don't know how to play, so I'll just spectate for now, I guess.
It's not hard. I'll tell you how to play if you want.
It's
Very
okay.
easy.
Maybe next
Okay.
time. Thank
Alright,
you, though.
sure. No problem. Welcome. Let's see. I'm gonna start an event. Actually, no, I don't think we need to. Let's just. Alright, next we're gonna choose your class. So in original D&D, or in D&D Basic, there's 7 classes to choose from, 4 of which
Okay.
are of the human race. Oh, you already know?
Oh no, I said okay.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. My bad.
No, you're good. My bad, I misheard. And 3 of which are of the demi-humans. So the first 4 classes you can choose from are Cleric, Fighter, Magic User, and Thief. And the next 3 are Dwarf, Elf, and Halfling.
Oh, I see. So cleric, fighter, thief, dwarf, elf, halfling, and magic user.
That's right. Based on your scores, this might help you understand what class you might choose. The one I would recommend is Thief to you. They require high dexterity scores. And you have a 13, which is above average.
Okay.
If you want to know anything about the other classes, let me know which one you're interested in and I'll tell you what they do. Otherwise, I do recommend Thief.
Yeah, I'll go thief.
Alright, so as a first level thief or an apprentice, your main role is to kind of be a scout, a burglar, or like an assassin. So, as a thief, you'll have, like everyone else, the same responsibilities to the adventurers. You'll go out to help hunt treasure, monsters, and bounties down and such. But a thief has special thief skills, which allow them to be exceptionally good at the adventuring trade. So, these skills allow him to detect and remove traps, remove and open locks, hear noises exceptionally well, move silently, climb to surfaces without rope and such, and pickpockets. You're also able to backstab, and if you backstab, you're gonna get +4 to hit and double damage, which is very important in this game. So most likely you'll be taking point. You'll be like a guerrilla fighter, and lots of times you'll be like a scout. You're gonna scout ahead, maybe 10, 30 feet ahead. If you see anything, you're gonna report back, and then you're gonna move up again, take a position, and when your team chooses to, if they do choose to, engage in a combat against whatever monsters up ahead, you won't attack right away. You would wait until they perhaps start fighting,
Yeah,
and
and
then you'll come in
then
from behind. Yeah.
coming from behind. Yeah.
A lot of the times our thieves forget this and send up the fighters in the front, and they don't utilize this skill, so they're just sitting in the background doing nothing.
Nah, I rarely see someone utilize thief or the character or class right. Like, it's not all guns blazing. It's guns blazing, but there's just like 2-3 turns. You just wait, and then you go guns blazing, stabbing them in the
Right.
back.
So there's of course a lot more you can do with it, but that's just the basics.
Okay,
Right.
cool.
So yeah, a lot of people put fighters in the front, but thieves technically are really good in the front too, especially for detecting traps, scouting ahead, and all that.
Okay, cool.
All right. So let's see. Next, we're going to. What should we do next? All right. We're gonna roll your hit points. This is how hard your character can get hit before they die. The
Oh
thief
no.
has, only a 4-sider for their hit points back in the days. The average man
Oof.
only had 2 hit points. That's same
Oof.
for an average thief.
Oh no. Oh, what? So I'm gonna
So
roll a
this
1. I'm gonna
will
roll
kind
a
of
1.
dictate how you're gonna play early on quite a bit.
No, I'm gonna roll a 1.
All right, a little above average. You got a 3.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay, so there's a +1 bonus here because if you remember, you had a 15 Constitution, which is above average. So
Oh
you
yes,
get +1
that's true.
bonus.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, cool. So 4 HP.
Indeed, so your character can play a little riskier than the others, or than other thieves at least. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. Next, you'll have 3d6 for your starting coins to determine your starting equipment. We do starting equipment a bit different in our games because we have so many players and characters dying. This is an ongoing campaign that players can just jump into. We don't start you off like heroes or anything. You're not lordly. You're simply a peasant. You're gonna make your way up. So you're gonna start with just the bare minimums for coins.
Okay.
In this case, you'll be starting with 9 pieces of silver.
Okay.
And usual groups where they have like a regular group that plays until everyone's dead perhaps before they move on to another campaign, they might start with quite a bit of coin, about 10 times as much. But in ours, it's an ongoing flow of adventurers coming into the region and going out into the wilderness seeking dungeons and such. Okay. So you'll be starting with 9 pieces of silver.
Cool.
The first thing we're going to get you is a set of clothes. You're going to need to be protected from the environment first and foremost. In our game and like many other D&D games, disease is a prominent way to die, or a very popular way to die. It's all over the place. It's a medieval land after all. So if you're not protected from, say, for example, mold or spores or other kind of strange things in the dungeon, you'll definitely die later. Alright, so you'll be fully clothed. You'll have gloves and such, boots, clothing, right, normal clothing and all that.
So common clothes.
Yep, a set of clothes, adventurous clothes. So this will be about 10 pounds of clothing. It sounds like a lot, but it covers everything. You got your boots, your gloves, your tunic, your braids, your leggings, your hood and cloak, and your belt. So about 10 articles or 10 pounds of clothes. Alright. Next, we're gonna get you your trade item. Every thief needs a set of lockpicks or skeleton key and such. That cost you 2 pieces of silver in ranking.
Okay.
Alright, we'll list it down as your key. And then once we've purchased those, we're down to 6 pieces of silver, which I'll indicate with this sided die. Next, we're going to want to get you some protection, some weapons. I recommend early on you start yourself with a missile weapon. If you get into a melee, it can get quite grisly. So I would stick to missile weapons early on. So the cheapest one is a sling. It's 1 silver, but there are of course bows and arrows available if you want, like short bows, long bows, and crossbows. Would any of those 3 bows interest you, or do you want to go for the cheapest option so you can buy more supplies?
So sorry, what is it that you recommend that I would go for? So it's the 3 bows, but there was something else you said.
Yeah, so there's a sling for 1 silver.
Oh,
A
a
short
sling.
bow, you can get a short bow with arrows for 3. Longbow with arrows is 5. Crossbow and arrows is 4.
Okay. I will do. I'll do the short bow.
Okay, good choice. This is slightly better than or quite a lot better actually than the sling. You'll do 1d6 damage each round, and that's far better accuracy. Alright, another recommendation is if you want to start with a melee weapon in case things do get nasty. You're gonna want to protect yourself in close range. So
Yeah. What weapons work with the backstab? That's like.
any weapon.
Oh,
Yeah.
any weapon.
Yep.
Should probably stick
Any
to
weapon.
one-handed though. And I only have
Mhm.
3 silver, right?
That's right. 3 silvers left. So how much are you willing to spend? And I'll tell you your options.
Is it recommended that I keep some silver coins on me?
You can, in
Or
case there's like some equipment or supplies they need to purchase for a particular mission. However, early on, you probably won't need to worry too much about the funds since you've got returning characters with you, and they'll probably pay for that. So just worry about yourself for now.
okay. Well, with that in mind, then I'll do all 3.
Alright, if you want to spend all 3, I recommend a spear for 3 silvers, or you could also get, say, let's see. I think that's the only one that
And
costs 3. Hand axe will cost 4. Let's
oh,
see.
okay. It says
You
here
could get a
3.
dagger. Oh, does it say 3? Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, then it's 3.
Okay. And also a javelin, a dagger, club. Hmm. What's the damage on these different weapons? Or does that not matter?
So the smaller weapons will typically deal either D2, D3, or D4. Larger weapons like a spear or hand axe might deal around a D6.
Okay. So with all of the skills I would have in my class works with any of these weapons.
Yes, any weapon.
Okay, cool. Well then, so after
The spear
the
will give you a lot
weapons,
more reach and versatility.
yeah.
Sorry, what was your question?
After the weapons, what else would I want to, or
The other
can I
things you
buy?
might would want is equipment and supplies. So before you even buy equipment and supplies, though, you're gonna need a container. So if you want to commit to a good weapon, you're probably not gonna start with any equipment and supplies. But supplies might include like a pole for detecting trap, a rope for climbing, hooks and spikes for whatever maintenance you need to do on the dungeon, whether secure a door or secure rope. You can get normal tools, right, like or wood axes, pickaxes, shovels, and such. Pretty much anything's on the table when it comes to tools and equipment and supplies.
Okay. Would the club count for a small weapon, so do the smaller damage?
Yeah, it would do a D4 blunt damage.
Okay.
You
What
guys
the
do?
javelin?
Javelin? Alright.
Well, sorry. What is the damage on the javelin?
A javelin deals a D4 one-handed in our game, and or in melee. It's far better as a missile weapon. It'll deal a D6 as a missile.
Oh, so that's
And
when
its
you
main
throw it.
purpose, yeah.
Okay.
So any melee weapon is hand-to-hand combat. Any missile is like range, distance combat. So,
Yeah, I'll go with javelin.
alright, javelin's a good choice. You can fight in melee with it, and if you need to resort, you can throw it too.
Yeah, gives me some versatility.
Just
Alright,
asking, is there
so
any
you've got-
like white noise on my mic?
No.
No.
Okay.
All good. If you can, please don't interrupt yet.
Okay. Sorry.
I noticed you've joined in a bit late.
Yeah, that's because I literally woke up and had to do the chores. So yeah.
All good. Alright. But welcome.
Thanks.
Typically we don't let anyone join in late.
Oh.
But since Lyndon hopped out a little bit ago, you can take her place.
Thanks.
Just next time if you do choose to join late, don't interrupt.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it just slows the game down.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir.
All good. Alright. So special, with just purchased your javelin, you have 1 piece of silver left. So, would you like to spend this on perhaps a container to carry extra items? So a container you can afford right now is a sack. Carries 20 pounds of gear.
So the sack would help me with getting or holding more items.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll do
Without
the
it, you
sack.
can't. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Because there are no pockets in this game either. So
Okay.
pouches are also a good choice if you want to carry a pouch on your belt. That way you can keep loot very close to you. But a sack is a cheap option. Pouch is also 1 silver, but it doesn't carry a lot. Usually people purchase pouches for their coins. Or like a flask of oil, for example, if they want to carry items on their belt instead.
So what's the difference between a pouch and a sack? So of
The
course.
sack is a lot larger. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do they both can hold the same kind of items?
So a pouch in real life, is like where you can fit on your belt. It's like basically a pocket. You attach it to your belt though.
Okay.
This sack is not your common sack though. That's why it's so expensive. It's 1 silver because it's a leather burlap sack, or a leather sack of sorts. That way it's kind of waterproof. If you bought a normal cloth sack, it would be like 1 copper, right? But that won't carry much and it'll probably tear, right? And it's not waterproof, so anything you're carrying will probably get wet. So this sack will help keep some of your gear dry from the weather at the very least, or protect it from the environment.
Okay, no, I'll definitely do a sack.
Alright. And then the pouch, of course, is made of leather too. It will protect anything on your belt that you choose to put in there. Say like a flask of oil or coins, maybe a few little traps or pick locks. Your lock picks right now, for now, would most likely you can tuck them into your belt, but it's kind of risky. They do come in their own like little case. Most adventurers will put it in a pouch or whatever carrying item they purchased. In that case, it would be your sack. You can technically still wear the sack. So.
Cool.
Alright, well, that will be all your coins, all your pieces. Hopefully, well spent. Alright, so the last step before your character is complete is you need to choose your name. It has to be a medieval name. If you do choose a fantasy name, it has to at least sound medieval. But this name should determine your character's culture and sex. So if you do choose a fantasy name, it should have some kind of roots though, right? Like based off of some kind of culture.
Okay. Hold on.
And if you don't know any, we can roll one up, but it's a lot easier to just choose a medieval name.
Do you have any suggestions?
Sure. 1 second. Pull up a name generator. It's highly advised to my crew, at least, to use this name generator from Behind the Names website. All those names are accurate. They're all medieval names.
Oh, sorry, what's the website
We
called?
of course. I'll just roll it up for you.
Oh, okay,
So
cool.
I'm gonna go over some names, and the first one you like, we're just gonna go with it.
Cool.
So probably just gonna go with this one unless you're highly against it. But your first option is the name Nikolai. This means if you choose this name, you would look Danish or Norwegian, and you're a man.
I like that.
Alright, so you let the dice assign. You're born into the world. In the world of D&D, you shall be known as Nikolai, the apprentice, versatile thief.
Cool.
Unlike most normal humans in this world, you're not fresh off the farm. Your character doesn't have any experience adventuring. However, they did have a job before this, and hence your skills as a thief. So you did something in the thieving trade or community back when you were just a normal person. So most likely you are some kind of tradesman or merchant. Thieves aspire to become masters of the realm someday. So masters of the realms or merchant masters and such. We'll see, but that would be somewhat of Nikolai's origins. A hunter perhaps, or a trader. Let's see. Alright. And now you have changed occupation to adventuring thief. Okay, welcome to the campaign. And in the meantime, just sit tight. We're gonna get everyone else ready now.
Cool.
Got 1 second. Fresh page. Let's see. It is now early January of year 11. We are on the next year now. Every game is 1 game week, and there's 3 game weeks in every month in our game. Yeah, every game week is about 10 days. We separate each month by early, middle, and late of the month. So now it's the first month or first game week of January, so it would be known as early January, and one of the 11th year of our campaign. Alright, let's see. We're gonna start with, I think, Ballo or Silver, the first ones in here, so they'll be first. Returning players to get rolled up. We'll do Valo real quick since he should be quick. He's already rolled up. Oh, actually, no way, he's not. Alright, we'll just get both of you rolled up at once, actually. Since you guys are returning, it shouldn't take too long. Wait, no, Silver, you already have Jasper, so.
Yes, I'm keeping him.
Alright, that's good. Yep. Alright. In case. We'll do you first then.
Me.
Yeah. Jasper. M1. In your previous adventure, there was let's see. Alright, it says it here. It looks like you were already paid out 42 or 60 something silver pieces. So you're sitting at
99, I believe.
let me check how many silvers you're at now. Alright, here we go. You're at 99 pieces of silver. Okay. And you have a torn hamstring.
Yes.
It's a permanent injury. Because of this, no matter what, your movement will be halved. So if you're already moderately encumbered, you'll be extremely encumbered, right? Or heavily.
Yes.
Your 60 would drop to a 30. So.
Yes. I would like to buy a mule.
Alright. Let's see. We can get a few items for you early on, but if you want to buy more than a few items, you'll have to do it during the game, so it would eat up people's game time. So we'll get you a meal. So just tell me the main things you want. Fully equipped meal.
A fully equipped mule, yes. A fully equipped meal. I would also like to ask how does the hound work?
It's a trained dog, and it starts with a simple command of, you can like come back to you. It's got basic commands of a hunting dog. So the main purpose of this is to guard your camp at night, right? Or to help track a monster down.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I would like to buy a bag.
bag. Okay. So so far I've had listed you've purchased the set of saddlebags, a set of tack, and your pack meal or your meal.
Yes.
So the
Uh,
price for that.
yeah. I would also like to. Uh, I would like to learn a new spell.
Okay, 1 second. Alright, so we're down 12 pieces. You're at 87. And you say you want to purchase a bag. It's 2 silvers. You already have a pack on you. Do
I
you still want
know.
to purchase a bag?
Yeah. I know. Oh, wait. Can
Okay.
you use a bag and a pack together?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just it's extra weight though. A pack is 5 pounds. A bag is 3 pounds, I think.
Yeah. I'm just guessing that you cannot use two packs together. That's why I'm getting a bag.
Mhm. All right. Your bag has been purchased. Okay. So next, you said you wanted to learn a new spell.
Yes. A random spell of the spells that of first level spell. A random first level spell.
All right. So your options here is training. You can learn a new spell. It costs 5 silvers and 1 week per level. So you'll be putting your character into school this week.
Yes.
He cannot go on an adventure. He
Oh,
will stay
wait.
with you.
Oh, so I have to say this after the session. Okay,
Uh,
then I'm going to go without a spell. A new spell.
okay.
I just thought
You can,
because
however,
there is a week between each adventure and
mhm. You can go with a magic scroll if you would like. You can purchase one for 10 silvers. They will identify it for you so you can read it.
can you repeat? Thunder just cracked and I didn't hear you.
So you can purchase a magic scroll is available in the markets, in towns at least. And so that's the highest magic you might find in a town, a village, like Gavelon.
Then I can
It
then
costs
and
10 silvers.
question, can I use then read magic to add it to my spell book?
Um, it might reduce the price to add it to your spellbook, but if you do that, it will cost you the scroll. So the scroll will be lost. And it also takes time to add to your spellbook, because a spellbook is different from a scroll.
Yeah, okay. For now I'm going to forget the spell.
Alright.
I would like to buy 100 pounds of food and a pack of torches together with a tinderbox.
Okay. Do you want to purchase the bag for these torches, or do you want to use that bag that you recently purchased for the torches?
The bag for the torches.
Okay. So we're gonna do a set of torches, a tinderbox, and then 100 pounds of food you can load onto your
Meal.
horse. Each set of food is 30 pounds. Do you mean to buy 3 sets of food or
Oh,
just 90
oh
pounds?
no, wait. I thought it was 50. Okay, so 2 sets of food.
2 sets of food, so 60 pounds. Okay.
Yes. In the supplies it says that it's 50 pounds. So
Does it? Oh. Alright, I will fix that.
Алло?
Mm,
Да.
5 pounds of food. Yeah.
Да, стигнем.
Yeah, we should switch to 30.
Да.
Man only needs to eat 3 pounds of food a day. I think I switched to 5 because I was saying that men need to eat 5 pounds of food a day. But I think 3 pounds is enough food.
Добре. Чао, чао. Sorry for the call. I had to take it.
All good. Alright. Let's see. So we are at 30 pounds of food. We'll go with that. Or 60 pounds, yeah. Do you want to pass this bag of torches off to someone else now, or do you want to wear it?
For now I wear it. I would also last thing I wanna do is hopefully hire a retainer.
Okay. Well, if we don't have enough,
We have 5 people here.
we'll... You have 6.
Oh.
Yeah, was gonna play too.
I forgot about him.
All good.
How much silver am I left with?
81 pieces. Alright. We'll get Mallow set up next. Along with we'll do all the new players or new characters next. Yovo, you need a new character?
Yep.
Alright, cool. And then Sylvia, do you need a new character?
No, Bosque is still alive.
Volsky's still alive? Okay. Rain, is Augustus is still alive, right? Or double check.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Still alive. Alright, cool. Alright, then Valo and Yovo will get you guys rolled up together. Alright, we'll start with Valo since he was here first. Your character will have 8 strength,
Okay.
14 intelligence, 14 wisdom, 11 dexterity, 16 constitution, 11 charisma.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
I could probably either go cleric or magic user.
Yeah, I would say so.
Let's see. Do we have? We have a lot of magic users, so I'll go cleric.
Good to go. Alright, we'll get Yovo next. Welcome back, Yovo.
I literally never played D&D, so yeah.
Oh, this is your first one?
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
So welcome to tonight's game. Glad you made it, brother. I do remember you.
Yeah.
You were we met early this week. So
Yeah.
glad you made it to tonight's game. But yeah, we're gonna be playing D&D. The first step to joining a game is you have to get a character to
Yeah.
enter the world with. So that's what we're about to do right now. We're gonna determine your ability scores. If you want, it's highly encouraged but not required that you grab yourself a pencil and paper and you take these notes down as well,
Yeah, wait.
so that you can.
Let me just
Alright.
grab them. Wait.
All right, you go on. You go ahead and grab your stuff. Then we'll wait for you.
Wait a second. Let me just get a piece of paper. I'm ready.
All right, and how we're gonna do it is prep time does take a while, so your game time, if it's okay with you guys, will start when we finish prep. And of course, once you finish prep here and you choose to go on the adventure, you're locked in. If
Yeah.
you're locked in and you leave the game, your character is lost. So keep that in mind. If you leave early, if you leave during prep time, all good, but don't do that if you can. Help it, of course, because then they just kind of wasted everyone's time a little bit for something you could have done outside of the game. By the way, like prep and stuff can be done during the week if you guys have time. Just like let me know in discussion, and we can do prep during the week instead of the weekend on the game days. Let's see. So Yovo and you got your pencil and paper,
Yeah.
Yovo?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Okay, we're gonna start rolling your abilities. We'll check your strength first. Alright, not bad. 11 strength. So any score that you see is 3 to 8 is considered below average. 9 to 12 is average. 13 through 18 is above average.
Okay. Okay.
So on your sheet you can write like STR, strength, TAC 18 or TAC 11.
Mhm.
Alright, intelligence is next. You'll start with 10 intelligence. Wisdom. You'll have 8 wisdom. Alright, dexterity. That was a 6 almost, but we'll start with 15.
Mhm.
Constitution. You'll have 12. And charisma. 12. Alright, these are pretty good. So this is your first time, so I'll tell you the classes you have the option of playing as. I'm not sure if you're here to hear this earlier, but I did go over the classes.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the classes you can choose, or not yet?
All I know is like that the only class I really know is the bard. That's the only class I really
Uh,
know.
that is definitely a class in later versions of the game. We're going to be playing original D&D though, so the closest you will get to a bard is called the magic user. Anyone who uses magic in the game
Yeah.
is a magic user. If you're going for like an actual bard who just plays music, you might be a thief, a tradesman,
Mhm.
someone with good skill, good amount of skills. But any character can be a musician
Yeah.
in original D&D. It just doesn't have magical qualities. Alright. In this case, you have a high dexterity score. I'm gonna recommend the class Thief, but first I'm gonna tell you all 7 classes that are available to you.
Yeah.
So in original D&D, there are 4 classes that belong to the race of men, and there are 3 demi-human classes. They are each their own class, and are somewhat multi-classed. So first, the human classes include Cleric, Fighter, Magic User, and Thief. The demi-human classes include Dwarf, Elf, and Halfling. So between those 7 classes, I would recommend Thief for your first time since the character has a high dexterity score.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. We'll go with thief, man.
Good to go?
Yeah. Thief.
First of all, Thief, you'll be known as an apprentice.
Okay.
And as a thief, like everyone else, you're going to be responsible for adventuring. This means you're going to help hunt monsters, treasures, and bounties down.
Mhm.
You're going to be fighting, you're going to be searching, all that. But in more particular, your role is to be the thief. And this responsibility includes all your thief skills, which include locking or opening and picking, removing locks and such, um, detecting or hearing for noises, uh, detecting and removing traps, pickpocketing, climbing your surfaces. There are many other skills. You can go over them in the rules if you want, but just think like a thief in the game. Anything that you think a thief would be good at, you're pretty much good at. You'll also be able to backstab in this game as a thief. Thieves are very good at backstabbing. They'll get double damage die and +4 to the attack. So you want to fight like a thief too. You'll likely be a scout. You'll be leading the way, and then you'll be reporting back to your party, and then going back to prepare an ambush if they do choose to engage in combat. And then of course you would get a chance to backstab if you do it correctly.
Mhm.
But that's your early game responsibilities as a thief.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna roll your hit points next. This is gonna determine how hard you can get hit before you die. The average man only has 2 hit points in original D&D. Now your thief will be starting with about the same amount. You'll get a D4 for your hit points. And then Valos Cleric will be starting with a D6. I'm just gonna roll these together. Alright, so Valos Cleric will be starting with 3 plus 0 hit points.
Okay.
Oh no, wait, that's a +3. You have a 16 con, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so you'll get a. Oh, that's a +2. My bad.
Yes.
You
5.
get a +2 bonus. Yeah. So 5. Good to go.
Okay.
Okay, and our thief here, we're starting with 1 hit point with a +0 bonus. So you'll be living life on the edge.
Yeah.
Be very careful
Yeah.
for your first time. These hit points will increase as you survive and get more powerful throughout the game. Alright, next we'll get to you guys your starting money to determine your starting equipment. In our game, you'll be starting with only 3d6 pieces of silver with no adjustment. In traditional D&D BX, you start with about 10 times as much. That's for a regular group that plays regularly every weekend. But we're not exactly a regular crew. We do play regularly, but we allow anyone to hop in. We don't close our games out. Let's see. So you'll be starting with 12 silvers, Valo. Let's see.
Okay. That's good.
And then, that is good. Alright, nice. We'll see. Yovo, yours will be starting with a little less than average.
Yeah.
7 pieces. Tough luck tonight. Alright, we have to purchase you both a set of clothes, which will cost you 1 piece of your silver. And then we'll purchase your trade items. A thief needs to bring his skeleton key or lockpicks. That will cost him 2 silvers. And the cleric needs to bring a holy symbol. That costs 2 silvers as well. So this leaves Val's character with 9 pieces and Yova's character with 4 pieces.
Mhm.
Alright, next we'll purchase your weapons. I recommend missile weapons early on, no matter what class you're playing. The sling, bare minimum, it costs 1 silver. For Yovo, I do recommend the sling so you can get other things. It just costs 1 silver. It's a good starter weapon.
Yeah.
But then for Valo, I do recommend choosing a bow instead.
Okay.
This might be a short bow, crossbow, or long bow. You can
Does
also go with neither.
the bow go against the cleric blunt weapon thing because technically the arrow is piercing, or no?
Yeah, so in our game we do have our own house rule where every man fights. So you can't technically use any weapon. However, if you do draw blood, it is considered unfaithful and you can lose deity favor. So you can still use missile weapons technically against undead, for example. No issues there.
Yeah.
But to murder a man, right, or to fight a man in general, another living human, you would go with a blunt weapon, as to not draw blood and show, or get disfavor from your deity.
All right. So for against them humans, it's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be alright as long as they are not a follower of God. So.
Yeah, I will get a short bow, and then I will get a club as well.
Okay, the total cost is gonna be 5 silvers.
Okay.
Alright, and for Yovo, hopefully you've had some time to think about it. You can technically go with the more expensive weapon,
Yeah.
but then you won't have much for other things. So
Yeah.
what do you think? Do you want to go with the sling or something else?
Yeah, sling.
Alright, good to go. We got a sling. It's like a leather string pretty much, or a string with a leather mounting piece for your stones, and then you'll get a bag of stones. Stones are pretty much free.
Yeah.
That's a nice part about sling. Let's see. This will leave us with 4 and 3 silvers, respectively. So now we're gonna go into melee weapons if things get close and nasty. The bare minimum you want maybe is a knife or a stick for free. Knife is not free, but a stick is. A rock is free. For Valo, you have 4 silvers. You already purchased the melee weapons, so you're good. Unless alright. For Yovo, you have 3.
Yeah.
So how much of your 3 silvers do you want to spend on a weapon? Because keep in mind, you might want to purchase equipment and supplies too, like a bag to carry loot with.
Like 1 or 2 silver. More.
Alright, in that case, good choice. I would recommend either a dagger for 2 silvers, or a javelin for 2 silvers, or a club for 2 silvers. If you want to spend 1, you can get a staff or a knife for 1 silver.
What's the difference between a knife and a dagger? Like,
A dagger is meant for combat. A knife is more of a tool. The dagger deals more damage, and it's better at piercing, whereas the knife is better at slashing or cutting.
yeah. Wait, let me think. Let's go with the dagger, maybe.
Alright, this leaves you with 1 piece of silver for a container. The one you can afford right now is either a pouch or a sack. A sack is recommended. It will carry up to 20 pounds of gear. But if you want to keep your items really close and secure to you, you will get a pouch, which can go in your belt.
Yeah, a pouch.
Okay, this only allows you to carry 5 pounds of gear though, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, 5 pounds. Alright, so hopefully money was well spent. Okay, Vala, for your character with 4 silvers left, what are you thinking about getting?
I'm gonna do Gambazon. And then 2. Then for supplies, all I can afford is a sack. Well, no, I can do. I'll do a sack and do a sack and a. I'll do a rope.
Alright, hopefully that's money well spent. Should be. Alright, and looks like you've already determined your character's next name. Your new character is Fortunato.
Yep.
Very tasteful. Let's see. You'll vote for your character. You may choose a medieval or, if you want, a fantasy name, but the hash should somewhat have some kind of medieval-esque or cultural root to the medieval era. So
Let's go with the medieval name.
okay, would you like a random one or do you want to choose it yourself?
A random one.
Alright, I'm gonna go on our name generator. We use behind the names. It's pretty accurate, it's pretty good. Set names for Europe, North Africa, and West Asia. Your name is gonna be Roy in your Portuguese, or your character is equivalent to a man from Portugal, right? The world is not Earth, but we use earthly cultures, to like reflect, yeah. Okay, you guys are ready.
Thanks.
sit tight. We'll get back to you once everyone else is finished. So we got Yovo joining us as Roy, the Apprentice, and Valos Fortunato, the Acolyte. Okay, next is gonna be the Rain and Sylvia. Okay, so Rain, Augustus, welcome back. I think this is one of the more seasoned members of the crew. Certainly. Let's see.
I can. Will I be able to
Yes.
get a retainer or no?
If the party's alright with it, you guys will start the game off, and then if you are discussing and the party thinks it might be a good idea to spend more time getting more manpower, then yeah, we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll just skip it because we already have enough people.
Yeah, if we spend any more time, I'm out. I have 3 hours to play right now if we start, like, really quick. So if you guys want retainers, cool, but that'll be in place of me.
Alright,
Okay.
so, Rain, as I ghost this, you have 87 pieces of silver. Do you need to make any purchases, or, let's see. Looks like you're already kitted out. Should be good to go.
No, there's nothing I have to do.
Okay. Alright, so he's good. Let's see. Augustus here has been a patient fighter. Let's see, he has outlived a lot of the veterans. And he hasn't taken too much risk. Let's see, hopefully he can keep it somewhat similar that way. But he might be having to take more responsibility this week since he's one of the veterans of the crew. Alright, Sylvia, you're gonna join us as Voski. Right, found her or him. Okay, so Voski, he is a Festival Magic user. Looks like you're kitted out. You've got 5 silvers. Is that accurate to you?
I think so.
I will double check, make sure you get paid out. Oh, actually, Rain, there's a payment I haven't given you yet. It's 18 silvers. So you're actually not at 87. You're gonna be at 105. After this game, you might have enough silver to level up.
Nowhere near. I need 200.
Oh, you're right. Halfway. Let's see. Alright. So, Sylvia for Volsky. I'm just gonna double check all the records, make sure you got paid out from the last game. Do you know if 5 silver was accurate, or do you think you got paid at some point?
I don't exactly remember. I haven't been
It's
playing
been a
much.
long time. Alright, I don't see any recent overdue payments that I have for you guys. Yeah, so 5 seems accurate to me. Alright, you have 5 silvers. Do you need to make any purchases?
I was thinking of maybe hiring a retainer and maybe buying like a spear.
Alright. Well, you've got a longsword. Would you like to buy a spear for yourself? It costs 3.
Yeah, it's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh,
Like,
wait.
already suggested, we already have enough. So maybe next game, if there's another one tomorrow, you can recruit a retainer if you're there.
Yeah.
If there's enough time. Or maybe if you meet with me after the game and if I've got time, or yeah, if we've got time, then we can hire dinner after the game. So.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Alright, but welcome back. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Hopefully you had a long enough break.
Mm. I hope.
Alright, so we are now ready. Prep is over, so our game time will be starting time will be 2200 JST. We'll go on for about 3 hours if that's okay with everyone else. Any disagreements? Yeah, so we are gonna be locked in. Before we start our game, like we're going to the adventure now. We're now done with prep. I'll give you guys 5 minutes to stretch your legs. We've been sitting here for a while, so go ahead, stretch your legs, get a drink, use the bathroom. I'll see you guys in 5. Alright, it has been about 5 minutes, so hopefully that was a long enough break for all of you. But we're gonna do a roll call, make sure everyone's back, and we'll get going. So, Yovo, are you with us?
Yeah.
Good to go. Rain? Alright, we'll ping Rain. Let's see. Silver?
Here.
Sylvia?
Hello.
Hello. Special?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back. And Valo.
I'm here.
Alright, good to go. Okay, we're just missing Rain. Alright. He'll just be late to the tavern. But it is now a new year. Recently, the village has celebrated the New Year's, and it's now early January. Someday during the week, after some preparation was made, your party has agreed to go on campaign together. So for those who are new, or just a reminder to those who are returning, we are now going to be role-playing. Dungeons & Dragons is played quite simply, really. So I'm going to teach the new players how we play it. It's very simple. So now that you have your character, now you're ready to play. But how to play it, right? To play the game, you're going to role-play. Throughout the game, whatever you say becomes what your character does, thinks, or says. So you'll be talking in the perspective of your character. You're going to imagine now that you're no longer on Earth. You're now in a different world, a different time. And you're gonna put your feet in your character's boots, and you're gonna think as if you are a soldier of fortune, a hunter of monsters, bounties, and treasures. You're an explorer, right? You're about to go on a long campaign, perhaps, or a short one. It's a long one if you do choose to come back to multiple adventures, but a campaign is made up of a series of adventures, and based from some settlement or some base, right? If you set out into the wilderness and establish camps and such, or strongholds. But that is this is the start of your campaign. You're joining an ongoing campaign that is based in the village of Gebelon. It used to be recognized as the Frigid Tiger campaign, but that has ended. Right now, we are not really on a particular mission or campaign. Right now, our current campaign is known as the campaign of Zavolta, because that's what everyone here has been going or been doing. So we've been campaigning in against the ruins of Zavolta. Zavolta was a dangerous haunted ruin from which monsters have been sourced to be crawling out of. But over the past year, adventurers have been clearing it. They first managed to clear out some monsters in the woodlands, clear out the monsters among the ruins, and they've even ascended and began to besiege and slay the monsters within dungeon level 1 and even dungeon level 2. So they've been clearing it and looting it over the past year. They've been pretty successful at it. Every now and then the dungeon might restock, might get reinforcements. Monsters from deeper levels of hell might continue to crawl out and populate the upper levels, but they've been pretty successful at keeping it secure and clean, right, of any monster cleared out. All that they really have to do if they really want to secure the dungeon is, if they clear a level, maybe secure the doors, ensure monsters don't come out, or repopulate those rooms, or whatever it might be. But this week it might be the same. We might be headed back to Zavolta. Otherwise, if the crew is against making progress toward their campaign, they can of course take on perhaps a side quest, go out into the wilderness, explore out for themselves, and seek out monsters or other contracts or something, anything like that, their own adventure out in the open world. Or they could of course perhaps pick up some work here in the village, take on a contract or a quest, so to speak. You guys will get to finalize the plan in the tavern this evening. So again, we're going to be role playing. You're going to talk in the perspective of your character. Do your best to not break character. It just makes the game more immersive and fun. If we do break character, it does happen. No worries. You will translate you to the game role, but I will let you know to roleplay, right? If it gets disruptive, we'll take a break and remind you again Otherwise, we're just gonna waste time if we don't roleplay, because you're gonna play the game by roleplaying. So that's how you roleplay. To play the game, to tell a story, you have to roleplay. Alright. Play in the perspective, do your job, play in the perspective of your character. If you're a thief, you're gonna scout, you're gonna do thief-like things. If you're a fighter, protect the crew, keep everyone alive. If you're a cleric, be faithful and make sure to deliver the power of God against your enemies, right? Fight those undead. If you're a magic user, be inquisitive. You're a scholar after all. Know when to use your magic, right? And how to use it. So that's all I can really tell you for those who are new and those who are returning. A reminder of how to play the game. But pretty much, you're gonna roleplay, okay? So now that you know that you're roleplaying, I'm gonna tell you actually how to play D&D. I haven't actually gone over that yet. Pretty much, the Dungeon Master is going to describe to you what your character is experiencing, what you can hear, see and such, and provide you with opportunities you can act upon to get rich and famous naturally, or win the game, right? So, once I've described that to you, that's when you get to roleplay. You get to describe what you want to try to do. And after you've decided, typically when you're in a party, you're not just gonna go out and take an action right away. You actually will typically discuss with your party, because this is a game that requires a crew. You can try to be selfish and, you know, do your own thing, but you won't get far. You will realize this pretty soon. So you need to be tactful. You need to have teamwork, right? And you'll likely make plans before you take any actions. So you'll discuss with your crew if time permits it. Then you'll take your actions. You'll tell the Dungeon Master what you want to do. And once your action's decided, once everyone has a chance to speak and decide their action, the Dungeon Master will then tell you what actually happens, typically with roll of the dice. That's it. That's how you play D&D. The cycle repeats, the story is told, the game is played. Any questions, Yovo or Special or any returning players on how the game is played? That's it to play. It's very simple.
Not necessarily. So whenever, like, say in game, like we talk to someone or we get talked to, we're always in character. We're never out of character.
For the most part, yes. So do be mindful if you're already in a conversation with an NPC. If you want to talk to your friends, say more discreetly, walk away, talk to them later, right? Or, you know, move to the side if you have private discussion, right? Of course, that looks suspicious and weird, so you're already gonna get a -1 reaction if you're just plotting on murdering a merchant in front of him, right? That's murder.
So everything matters. So if I don't specify, or like if I don't in character like turn around and walk away, and if I don't say that and I just turn around and talk to my teammate, then the NPC I'm talking to would hear what I'm saying also.
Most likely if they choose to listen, right?
Okay. So. Yeah, so I have to be very specific. Like we're actually there.
Mind, yeah, this is not your typical, you know, 5e game or whatever. This is like original D&D. It's more of a war game, so it's played like that. It's not tomfoolery. You can still fool around. These characters are getting rich and famous to fool around, but when they come to play, it's time to work. It's time to grind. So outside of the game, your characters will be, you know, drinking, gambling, doing all sorts of mischief, right? But this is game day, so they're gonna be pretty serious. This is also your village. So if you start here, this is your hometown. You were born and raised here, so you want to make a good name for yourself before you set off into different villages and either be a villain or a hero there, right? Go on campaign, conquest, you're gonna destroy villages. But if you want to, you look good among villages, you might go on tournaments and trade and all that. So that's a different style of play though. That's like late game. All right. So, and then Yovo, did you have a question before we start?
What are all the dice used for? Do they all have like different?
How to roll the dice?
Just like, do they all have like different meanings, or do they?
They do, yeah. Every die has a different purpose. Depending on what you try to do, there's a die for it. Typically, most of the time, you're going to be using a 20-sided die or a 6-sided die. Dungeon Masters will often be utilizing the smaller die. The only time you use these dice is for combat, but typically these dice belong to the Dungeon Master only. These ones belong to the players. These are for like charts or random probability and such.
Mhm.
Alright, so I want you all to now imagine that it's early in the year. You're in a medieval village. It's the start of the year. It's early January. It's the middle of winter, right? It's a bright. Actually, we'll start you in the evening. It's a cold, wintry night. It's a night like any other winter day, and you can hear the wind howling outside the tavern shaking from it. But you sit together among warm fire, food and drink at your table as a crew. This may be the last night in the village for some of you, right? That you get to share good drink and normal life together. But tonight you also finalize your plans. What exactly you're going to uh, go on an adventure for, right? So, seated around the table tonight we have Roy, the apprentice. We have a veteran, right? Augustus, the veteran. Jasper, the medium. Volsky, the medium. Nikolai, the apprentice. And Fortunato, the acolyte. So the six of you sit at the table together with food and drink. I need to come up with a plan. So I'll give you guys some time to discuss it, and when you're ready, tell me what you come up with, your action.
So, where do we think we should head to?
Well, most of the money could be made in the dungeon. I mean,
Yeah.
been a lot of people going to the Zavolta and coming back with money. I've heard some people don't come back either, but
Yeah, we also have the option of what I accidentally did last time, as I was leading the den party that I was with, and accidentally went in the wrong direction. So we ended up in a small village about 6 miles opposite of the dungeon, and we there ended up getting a contract to clear a few wolves. We did not manage to clear all the wolves, about half of them, but but I should say I'm the only one who managed to get out alive. Uh, had to run away. As you can see, I am not in full health because of it, as he wobbles over.
it's quite concerning. You're the only one that made it out alive.
Yes, but now we won't be fighting a whole pack. About 6 or 7 wolves are left. Anyone else have a different suggestion?
Well,
Alright.
do we
so,
have a map to the dungeon?
Oh, go ahead.
Can you repeat?
Jasper, do you have a map to the dungeon?
Yes, I in fact do have a map of the dungeon.
Okay. So it's wolves or dungeon? What do you guys think?
Well, how much are the wolves paying, Jasper?
Last time they gave us 30 silver per pelt.
That's
Well,
a
we
lot
can
of
get
silver.
a guaranteed pay, or we can go to the dungeon and possibly not come back with anything.
Dungeon's a lot riskier. If they're paying 30 silver per pelt, I say we go after the wolves.
Am I remembering right? It was 30 silver per pelt, right?
You try and remember. Perhaps it was. If you look at your past accounts, you were paid out, yeah, about 30 silvers. But to know for certain, you might have to ask again, right? People you were with.
That
Well,
would be hard.
I'm concerned that Jasper's the only survivor, but yeah, I mean, 30 silver per pelt is a lot of money. My vote's on that.
The reason I was the only survivor was more so because we didn't follow the original plan. we were supposed to trap the wolves, but some of us got impatient and went after them while they were nibbling at the trap. And that resulted in three of us getting trapped. And while the rest of us were running, we didn't manage to run away intact.
I see. Well, yeah. I mean, I vote for the wolves. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should go check and see that job's still available.
Alright, and with that, you guys finish your food and drink. The evening discussions concluded. For the magic users, you have to choose one spell to memorize. So, Jesper, do you only have the one spell, or do you have multiple that you can choose from?
I have Read Magic, Detect Magic, Magic Missile, and Protection from Evil.
Right, and I'm going to allow you to use, I think, all of them, right? Because you had read magic at the start.
Yeah.
So you were to identify the other two spells and read them, but they are in a separate spell book. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
A spell book that you captured. Let's see.
How does transferring them work from that spell book to mine?
It would probably be, if you want to make a separate copy, it would probably only take you a week. But if you plan to just move the pages into your book, it'd probably just take a day or a few hours of work, right? You have to like glue the pages in. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
But if you like want to make a whole new spell, right, write it all out, then it will take a while. It might even be expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
You said the spells were Magic Missile and what else?
Protection from Evil.
These spells had belonged to Gold's last character, right?
Yes, to Zeus.
And sorry, which of these four spells did you choose to memorize?
Protection from Evil.
Alright, good choice. Okay, so after your night at the tavern, I'm just gonna make sure we're all on board. So I know Augustus, Fortunato, and Jasper have agreed that they want to perhaps check out the hamlet north of here for work. Nikolai, what do you think?
Yeah, I'll follow the group for now and
Okay.
see where the road takes me.
Gotta go.
Hopefully not to the
Volsky?
grave.
Hopefully not. That's what happened last week though, right? Or 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
When the crew decided to do that. Alright. Volsky, what do you think? You want to take on this task?
I'm a bit skeptical, but sure.
Okay, do you have any questions or concerns before we set out then? Since you're a bit skeptical.
No. I'll have my questions.
Alright. And then,
Thank you for asking.
yeah, just making sure you're on board. You see your characters. I'm gonna see if you're set. Roy, are you
Uh,
gonna go with this idea, or do you have any input?
I have a question. How much HP do the wolves have, or
We don't know for
oh,
certain. Quite a
oh,
bit, but we
I'm
are not
asking.
certain.
I'm asking because I only have 1 HP. So mm, wait. Uh, I mean, yeah, sure, why not? I'll go with them.
In medieval times, monstrous wolves are one of the most feared beasts, right? In medieval times. So they are like that in Dungeons and Dragons as well, for a reason.
Mm.
Let's see. Right. But we are going to take on this, hopefully we can find work again in the hamlet. We'll begin our journey in the morning. So, as of the morning of day 1, that was day 0, or night 0, prior to the expedition. But now we're setting out from the village of Gevelon, which means it's now day 1 of our adventure. After some breakfast, which will cost your party 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pounds of food, coming
I
out to
would
53
like to
pounds.
cook it to make a
Cook
stew.
it. Do we have a pot?
No, we don't have
Or
a
maybe,
pot.
yeah, stew extended if we have a source of water and extra ingredients and stuff.
Yeah, we don't have a
But
pot. I forgot that Zeus had the pot.
we'll just cook normal food then. So
Yep.
we'll cook as usual, roast food over fire, bringing us down to 54 pounds of food. It's a plentiful amount of food for a crew of 6. Load it onto the pack meal, which
Yes.
you'll ride, I suppose, as we travel.
Yes, I believe it would handle my
Assuming you're a bit
weight.
handicapped. Indeed. And unlike other monsters or beasts of burden, the mule is one of the few animals you can take to the dungeon without any issue. So you can actually ride one into the dungeon. Of course, in tight, small spaces, you have to dismount, and the mule might not be able to continue. Alright, Gavilan, we're going north into the wilderness. Or, not really wilderness, but north of us is considered settled territory. You can all get lost out here, but there's still a chance of bad weather. There's still a chance of monsters, but the roads are mostly maintained. So, any monsters out here are typically, they are fairly respectably afraid of humans, right? This is human territory after all, so it's unlikely they'll attack you if there are any out here. We're going to roll 3 6-siders to determine the results of your journey on your way to the hamlet. You want to lead your men north along the river to get to the hamlet?
Yes.
Alright, very well. As you march along this wintry day, at some point, the river does split. There's an easy way to figure out which way to continue, but you'll see a part of the river flows in from the east, and the other part of the river continues to flow in from the north. The northern branch of the river is definitely a lot wider. It looks like the main part of the river. However, the issue is you might not have an issue navigating, but you have an issue because there's a river between you and the continuation of the main path, right? I suppose you want to continue north, right, not east. So, what do you think? If you're going to continue north, how do you wish to cross this smaller branch that flows into the main river? The small branch is roughly only 15 feet wide, and it's quite shallow, but it still could get your crew wet and cold. Do you want to make a bridge perhaps, or any ideas on
We
how to
can
cross the river?
travel on the mule, I believe. We cross, we send the mule back, and repeat.
Okay, that could work. So it's a slow and steady process, but perhaps you'll unburden the mule, mount 2 people on it, cross it, and then have one person ride the mule back to bring another person back. The mule is
Yes.
not very smart, so you'll need to ride it back. So you take off all its saddlebags, you mount the mule with 2 people, you'll cross the river, drop someone off, cross again, pick someone up. It's a slow and, you know, burdensome process, but fortunately I think there are other mounted characters in your party that can help out with this. Does anyone else here have a mount? I want to maybe you do have a mount, but if you don't say anything, I suppose you decide not to share your mount.
Do I have stuff on it?
You probably do, but you can of course take it off. If you have a Rouncy, it could probably have 2 people on there anyway. It's a lot larger than a mule.
Oh, okay, and then yeah, I take the 2 people because I do have a Roundsy.
Alright, so yeah, you'll help out. So Goose is the veteran, will lift someone onto his horse and then ride across and escort them across the river, along with Jasper. So the 2 of you escort your party across the river, and after some time, right, unfortunately this had to happen, but we at least got it done in a quick and timely fashion, right, without any big hesitation or anything like that. And with the rest of the way, you were able to actually get to the hamlet. The hamlet is roughly about 3 miles out from Gavilon. Right, you've just arrived. You are now south of the hamlet. You are approaching. You can see it just up ahead. A few buildings surrounded by a bit of farmland that is currently covered in snow. It's not much, but it's somewhat more of a homestead. There is on one side of the hamlet a small, not small, but a stone building surrounded by wooden walls. That looks like the manor, but you'll also see about a dozen or so other buildings that include what looks like half of them are homes, about the other quarter are workshops or storage, and the last quarter include some public establishments. There's 2 public establishments open to you. There's a trading outpost. It's pretty small. It's roughly 30 feet or 15 feet by 60 feet long, so it's a long trading post. It's L-shaped. And then there's a other public establishment you might be interested in. It's a small local inn, right, of the hamlet, since travelers come through here quite often. They have these 2 public establishments.
I would like to head to the inn first.
Alright, as you do approach the hamlet, it is surrounded by a small wooden fence, and standing outside the fence on the south side, in a small little hut, or a little campsite, is one watchman. He sees you, waves you all into the village along the road. There's a dirt path that leads into the hamlet from here. It starts at the fence, and he sees a lot of you and recognizes one of you. Eh, Jasper, right? Welcome back.
Yes.
How's your
Thank you
leg?
for having us. What?
Not a problem. You did feel a little hamlet here. A lot more than we could have done you. But how's the leg doing?
Well, not very much for walking, but still there.
So you've recovered enough to ride the mount at least. Me,
Yep.
a sturdy one. Alright. Sorry to bother you longer than I should. Go on in.
Yeah, we are here to attempt to finish the job we started last time.
I see. I do have to warn you. Unfortunately, you guys did so well that the wolves are no longer attacking the hamlet. I don't think the lord here will pay you much anymore for the wolves. You might be able to go out for them still and sell the hides on your own, but don't think that he's contracting anymore. He's not paying
They are not a threat.
hunters.
Yeah.
So definitely could stick around here and try to hunt down the last bit of them, but they're mostly scared off for good, I suppose. We haven't seen another wolf since you've left.
That's good to hear at least.
The lawyer will be happy to see you. Alright, enough of me though. Go on.
Thank you.
Alright, so your party makes their way through the outskirts and into the hamlet now. You're standing among the buildings on the dirt path. It's covered in snow, of course. It's winter. So, where would you like to go here? You're just out in the open. No one's outside really. It's too cold. Villagers
Well,
keep indoors during the winter
first
months.
we'll head to the inn so that we don't cause problems with our weapons.
Good to go. As you walk into the streets, your party is armed quite heavily. You're not just passing through, you're gonna stay, so you need a place to store your weapons. You decide to visit the inn first. You knock on the door, and soon you're greeted by the man you met last week, the innkeeper of this hamlet. His name was Bogomil. He sees you, recognizes you, doesn't recognize any other faces. But Bogomil greets you. He's like,
Hello,
"Oh, good
Bogomil.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see you have mounts. My wife will be out there in a moment, but the rest of you, come on in."
Yeah, we are mostly here first to let our weapons so that we don't cause much trouble. Then we were thinking of heading to the
Oh, I see.
manor to talk with the boss man.
Oh, yeah. My apologies. I had immediately thought you were coming for rest, but let me help you with that then. And he walks out, closes the door. You can see he's dressed warmly. Um, walks around with the lantern, hooded lantern, and then when you guys are led toward the looks like a stable, he opens the doors. Um, the stables are locked, so you see him unlocking them with a key, and then removes the lock on it, uh, opens the doors, lets you in, and off to one wall are these racks of wooden crates or open chests, pretty much. These open wooden boxes you can store your gear. But it reminds you that we're the only ones that come through here, and our good old guard over there keeps careful watch over any of your equipment. So don't worry if you think that it's going to be stolen. All of it is going to be nicely kept in this nicely warmed stable. So feel welcome to store your gear in these boxes on the wall. When you're ready, just let me know. I can lock the door for y'all. He walks out into the cold, waiting for you at
Thank
the
you
door.
very
The
much.
door's wide open. Yeah.
So, lots, we should probably remove any actual weaponry from ourselves. It is illegal, as you know, to have weapons in any settlement, any small settlement at least.
Ah, okay. Alrighty then.
All right. So most of you start to store your gear. Does anyone not want to store all their weapons? All right. So all your
I
weapons have
would,
been stowed.
I would like to keep the book with protection from evil on me. Everything else,
All right.
I'm going to put in the box.
Very well. Weapons have been stored in the boxes. Some of them have lids. You can throw the lids on. But then soon you make your way out, and the innkeeper locks it up for you. It helps that you enjoy the rest of your day. Just let him know when you're ready to take your weapons and leave.
Thank you very much.
Of course. I'll see you later. Good luck, the rest of you. Welcome to our hamlet. I hope you
Thank you.
enjoy your stay.
Will do.
Alright, so from here, where would you like to go as a party? Or do?
Yeah, can I
So,
just say something? Can I just say something? Yeah, I'm sorry, like, I'm breaking this, but like, my friend called me, so I'll have to go like in an hour and a half. I know.
I see. Alright. If you want, Rui, this is a nice place to settle in. If you don't think you're gonna make it through the adventure, you can have your character stay at this hamlet and camp here until your next game.
Yeah.
If you leave the game mid-conflict, that's gonna look bad for Rui. He might just break down and die, right?
Yeah, I know.
So, do you wish to leave now, or do you plan to play a little longer?
I'll leave now. Yeah.
Alright, now is a good time to leave.
Yeah.
But thank you for playing as long as you did. I hope to see you at the next one.
I'm sorry for staying so little, but yeah. Thanks for everything. See ya, guys.
All good. Alright, of course emergencies happen, but whenever you do choose the game, try to set aside at least 3 hours, bare minimum, to play. So, That's how much time everyone else here promises to play. Okay, so but thank you everyone else who's remained at the table. Alright, so as you guys finish storing your gear, Royce is gonna settle down here. He's had enough of the adventure already. I will disband the party.
Well,
It's from yeah. Go ahead.
well then. So guys, I suggest we go talk to the local lord. That's the proper title, right? I can.
Yes. The knight of the village, or the hamlet. He most likely will probably be in his manor. You could try to pay a visit there.
Yeah. Well. So what do you say, guys? Should we go talk to him or?
I'm unfamiliar with these surroundings, so I'll trust what you say for now. I'll follow closely with you.
Alright, Nikolai sticks closer to Jasper. The rest of you, what do you think?
Yeah.
Good to go?
Yep.
See if he has any other work for us. Otherwise, we're back to the inn and see if there's any work there. Otherwise, this was a nice vacation.
Well, even if it's less pay, we'll still get paid for the wolves.
No, being down a man, I'm not willing to go after wolves.
Well, then we'll head to the manor.
Alright. You make your way to the walls of the manor. The manor is on the western side of the hamlet. It's somewhat separated from the main buildings in the street. Its own dirt path leads up to it. When you approach the wooden walls, you'll see hanging from the entry are a few banners depicting heraldry or coat of arms. They're kind of frozen, hard to really look over, all covered in snow and ice. The doors are currently closed, and there is a small palisade that is at the height or the top of the wall, from within, of course. And you do see one man up there who watched you approach from the hamlet, or the main part of the hamlet. This man, you already can hear him coming down the steps and approaching the door. The doors are soon opened. It's pretty windy out, so he does open them. Usually he would not do this, especially with strangers, but he did recognize one of you. But typically he would announce, or try to of course figure out who's coming in before letting them in. This man recognizes some of the hero among the hamlet, survivor, Jesper. Opens the gate and lets you through so that you can discuss. But it's one footman that lets you through. There's another one not far away in what looks like kind of in an outhouse, but it's nice and warm there. You can see there's a candle inside and there's a small fire just outside. You can see, so just resting in there in the cold. But the guard that lets you through, let's see, what's your charisma? Jesper, you're the first one through. It's right into you.
My charisma,
Yes.
7. Very good.
The man, he sees you, looks you over. He's an older guard of the village. You wanted them adventures from last week. I want to thank you for your hard work, but I do have to tell you, we no longer are in need of your services. So you best be gone, I suppose. But enjoy the rest of your stay if you plan to stay at the hamlet. Although I no longer need you.
Oh, so there is no work here to be done. We were hoping we could find any contracts he might offer for work, but
And looks the rest of you over. None of you have your weapons in here, right?
no, we left them at the inn.
Alright, very well. I trust you. Enough at least. No, I haven't heard of recent work. Perhaps he does have something, but I wouldn't exactly know. We haven't heard any I haven't had any major issues recently. I would try at the inn if there's anyone staying there, travelers perhaps, but the rest of the hamlet seems to be doing just fine. I wish I could help you, Jasper, and find work this week, but we're doing quite well.
Which
Thanks
is
to
good
your
to hear,
barkeep.
at least. As the saying goes, better, better to have work, but no works is better for everyone.
Of course, of course. The other soldier approaches from the outhouse. He's like, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ma'am. He sees, are there any women in your crew? There are no women. Never mind. He just says, good morning, gentlemen. And he goes on and says, are you here to speak with, our lord?
Yes.
Alright, another negative reaction. Well, unfortunately, I believe he's not home right now. We are guarding his home, in his stay. Feel welcome to stay out at the inn if you plan to wait to speak with him, but today's not a good day. It's cold. I'll get warm if I were you. There's no work here at the hamlet, unfortunately. For last week, a party of adventurers finally cleared out the wolves that have been attacking your hamlet the past month.
Okay, thank you very much.
The other guard looks to this guard and says, this man here is one of the survivors. He helped kill those wolves. The other soldier doesn't recognize you, of course. He hasn't ever seen you. And he nods. Oh, well, thank you.
I'll give him a little bow.
Alright.
And we'll
And
head
then with
out.
that, the guards, yeah, they open the door for you. They bid you a good day. They shut it. They bar
Goodbye.
it, and you're back out. Unfortunately, a bit of time wasted. But it's never a bad idea to check.
Well,
Alright, so our options are becoming a little more limited.
well, lots. I guess you heard them, so we can check at the inn or the trading post to see if there is any work to be done here.
And before you guys head out, did any of you need to speak with the guards? Besides, Jasper? Okay. So you've all made it out, and like Jasper said, you guys can head to the inn, or something else. What do you guys think?
Well, since we're here, I think we should check out both the inn and trading posts. If not, we should head back to Gavilan and decide to do what to do from there.
Very well.
Yeah, leave the
Alright,
inn as the
we'll
last ditch effort.
hopefully we'll find some work here, so we don't have to make our way all the way back to Gavilan, but we'll see. Depends on the roll of dice, I suppose.
Well then, we are heading to the inn.
You make your way to the inn. It's a small building, a small wooden building with a stable attached. And you escape the howling winds, make your way inside, drying off as best you can before entering, perhaps. You're all covered in snow, you've been outside for a while. When you get inside, it's really nice and warm, and immediately you're approached by an older lady who helps you guys hang your coats on the racks nearby.
Thank you, miss.
But soon, she says, of course, welcome back. Everyone else, welcome, have a seat. Make yourselves at home. Soon the innkeeper's with you, and he's already bringing out warm drinks. I've got tea in the kettle, I've got plenty of warm milk, and stew if you would like some. But we don't have too much stew. Like we told you last week, we don't really make too much food here. Most of the food can be found at the trading post.
Yeah, we bring
Here's
our
this,
own food. Thank you very much.
You're welcome to use our kitchen, but hopefully this is a light snack for your crew. Alright, here we are. And as you all take your seats, it brings out a big pot of stew. noticing that most of you are pretty cold, and it starts to pour you each a cup.
I'll give
And the
him
wife brings out
silver for
a whole silver
everything.
piece.
Yeah,
Okay.
this and everything that may happen while we were here.
All right. He appreciates the money and accepts your piece of silver. All right. And he tells you, it's a pleasure doing service for you, my lord. Right, and goes on to bring you guys your food and your drinks. There's one pot of tea and three 3 gallons of warm milk in it's been cooked up milk. It smells really sour, I suppose, but it tastes all right if you're willing to drink it. And then of course there's one large pot of stew, which should feed your party for lunch. It's about lunchtime now. So now that it's about lunch, we can take a small break since your characters are resting. As you rest up at the inn, getting warm, we'll have a 5-minute break. So feel welcome to go grab a snack, use the bathroom, come back in 5 minutes.
Hey, it's me.
special. How are you holding up so far? Any questions or concerns? You seem to be doing quite fine playing the game.
No, I'm good. I'm just going with the flow for now until I get my bearings.
Good to go. And then Valor, welcome back.
Alright, thanks.
Alright, so you've made it to the inn, you've had some time to rest. After your lunch, your party sits around the table, it's nice and warm and cozy. How would you like to continue?
I think we should first ask the tavern keeper and uh, the tavern keepers for if they know about any job we can do here.
Alright, so
Any
that's a good
any
suggestion
input?
to your party.
Any inputs on that?
Yeah, we should see what's going on. Maybe there's we can come for the wolves, but maybe we can see if there's anything else going on. And if not, maybe we go hunting those wolves for their pelt.
Alright, well, after some discussion, after some food and drink, hopefully it's enough time to think. Jesper and Fortunato are on board, I think, and Nikolai, with the plan to discuss with the innkeeper. Perhaps he might know something. Augustus, what do you think? Volsky will be back. She went to the snow to take care of business, or he went out to the snow to take care of business.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is a last ditch effort.
Alright.
Because if we don't find something here, I'm not gonna have time.
Alright. Good to go. Alright, so we'll see if we can do something awful light and easy for the final 2 hours of our game. Okay, so Volsky, what do you think? The party thinks about talking to the innkeeper on any leads to any work we can do around here. Alright, so we'll just have Volsky stand by for a bit. Sylvia's having issues, sorry guys, with her mic or whatever, so. In the meantime, we'll say Volsky's off doing business, alright, take care of some business. The rest of you though, sound on board with talking to the innkeeper, so we'll go talk to the innkeeper. The 4 of you men get up from your table, make your way over to the counter, where the innkeeper is now, scrubbing out your leftovers, dishes and all that. Sees the 4 of you approach him at once, and of course looks to you, greets you again, right? How can I help you?
No, yeah, we were going to ask if you know any work that can be done here since, well, it turns out the Lord no longer needs help with the wolves.
Oh, I was actually about to tell you that before you left, but it was all so sudden.
Apologies then.
I mean, I suppose you might try to go after the last of them. I know they're still out here, those darn wolves. I've heard wolves, they might have a decent amount of treasure in their lair if you manage to track them down. However, I did actually have a crew, a party of adventurers I had passed through not long ago. They actually stayed out of Hamlet for a few days before making a journey off to the far east. They spoke about traveling far into the wilderness in search of this old grotto with the castle ruin. They spoke of great treasure rumored to be left there. One of them even had a treasure map that spoke of a buried treasure, a great hoard that belonged to some powerful crew back in the day that used it as their base. But now it's in ruin, now it's full of plentiful monsters and treasure left to be taken, lots of abandoned treasures. It used to be a stronghold for mankind many years back, but people kind of forgot that it was on the eastern border, or we all knew that there was something up to the east, of course. It's just been too long to know where it was anymore. But they've figured out a map and a route there, so maybe they might come through the hamlet again for resupply, and you might see them here over the next few weeks if they're based here. But they did plan on establishing a stronghold at the ruin, so they probably will be out there for some time. It was a pretty large crew, so you might be up against, say, a dozen or so adventurers rivaling that area of the wilderness. That might be willing to share the dungeon with you, but I doubt it. They seem pretty darn. They seem pretty organized and perhaps a bit selfish on the idea, I suppose. I said that it's all theirs for the taking. It's their map, their treasures, their hard work or research. So I suppose they'll be there for a while. They had a lot of provisions before heading out, but I mean, if you're looking for adventure, I would say go east or of course south. There's I heard past year there was a campaign that took place in Gavelon. They call it the Frigid Tigers campaign. They campaigned against the old ruins to the south, known as the Volta. I believe multiple adventurers have been. Oh,
My grandfather has been there. I even have a map of the place.
I see.
Though we were planning to go there, but then we decided to check out if the wolves are still here.
Unfortunately, I myself have been to the ruins of a few times, and the upper level is already cleared out. There isn't much treasure left there, and it takes a while to get down anywhere below the first level.
Yep, we might have been late to the gold rush, but this other place sounds promising.
I don't know how to get there, but they did say that it was east of here.
Thank you for the information then.
I don't think they have gone far. No. They plan to establish a strong point there. The outpost is no more than a day out to the east, at most.
Thank you very much for the information. I would turn around and ask the party, what do you think of that lost treasure?
My interest is peaked, so I'm cool with this.
I'm interested as well, but I am worried about the rival party.
Yeah, I'm
Did they
worried
roll
that
well?
they might not be nice to us.
I'd say it might be worth checking out the trading post for another job, just in case. If not, we will have to make a decision.
Yeah, because if we go there, we will be rivaling them, or they might attempt to use us as something to head into the dungeon and use us as bait,
Right.
which is not a very nice thing to be.
What does everyone else think?
I concur. We should see what options we have to us, and then based on that, we make a final decision.
Yeah, with how big your crew went out, it's gonna be hard to get anything done. But I think we should still map our own way to the checkpoint. Only a day out, so
Yeah. Let's check the trading post, then we'll rest up here for the night, since I do not want to travel in the night. And then we will check out the east, if there is nothing to be done before that.
All right,
So prepare for winter, we are heading to the trading post.
good to go. It's now early afternoon. After some discussion at the inn, you make your way out, back with your nice warm cloaks and hoods that have thawed out a little bit, familiar, and now you're back in the snow. Yeah, you trudge your way over to the local trading outpost. When you get inside, I think this is the first time you've been here.
Yes, never entered.
When you get in, as soon as you walk inside, there's a man sweeping around, cleaning up dust on the floor and dirt from melted snow. This just looks like a worker. He greets you, says, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you as well. We were here wondering if by any chance you know or that there is in the trading post, let's say, a bulletin with quests or something. We came here for to finish the job with the wolves, but it appears it's no longer needed.
You might want to speak to the trader, my my employer. Who's it? He's over there, and he points off to the distance. You'll see that you've entered the building from one side, but this is an L-shaped building. And where the two parts of the building meet is where you see that is the place where you can perhaps make your purchases. You'll see a counter over there with various goods hanging from the ceiling, from racks and such, and one man smoking a pipe over there. A burly, hairy man wearing nice warm attire and furs.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll ask my comrades to attempt to get the snow off of them before entering proper into the building. No need to make his work harder than it already is.
I appreciate you. Come on in, everyone. Come on in. That's Mate, by the way. Mate is the worker here. My name is Mate. Welcome in. What's your state?
Pleasure.
Alright, so there are plenty of goods in here. Most of these goods look like the goods you might see, of course, on a frontier settlement. All kinds of trade provisions, of course, are here, but most of this looks like gear that you would use for actual travel or encampment, building a stronghold and such. So this is not your everyday kind of trading post, or not like a medieval market where they have freshly baked bread. This is like salted meats and things that will last a long time. Tools and equipment, supplies for surviving out in the wilderness, right? Alright, but that's not what you're looking for. You're looking to talk to the trader. So you make your way over to him. I see him sitting in a large chair, rocking back and forth. He announces himself. This is he goes on and says, let's see. Ursit, pleasure to meet y'all. You're the one who hunted the wolves down last week, ain't that right?
Yes, yes.
The rest of you, never seen your faces, but welcome anyway. What could I do you for? Anything you need to purchase?
We were looking for any information about maybe jobs that can be done here since well we can't finish the job with the wolves, but the Lord said that there is no need for our help anymore.
That sounds like him. He sets his pipe down and pulls out a package. This here needs to be delivered to Givelon. It's a bit overdue. You thought you could perhaps make it to Givelon tonight if I were to pay you a decent amount of coin for its delivery.
Hmm.
I offer you 5 silvers to get this package delivered. It's about a month's pay for any peasant. 5 times as much for a messenger. I simply need it delivered, so if you're already back on your way there, you might as well take this package and make a little bit of money.
That that sounds useful. Yeah. We'll discuss with ourselves for a bit because we also found something else interesting, and before that, before we decide, we would like to at least know what we are doing to everyone.
Sure. Just let me know when you're ready.
Thank you. I will try to back a bit away so that we are not talking directly in front of him, and I'll ask the crew, what do you think? Back to Gavelon with at least some pay, or do we try our luck with the treasure?
Hmm. You said he needs it delivered by tonight, correct?
Yes, so likely if we try to do it tomorrow, will not work.
Hmm.
No,
Um.
I believe if we take it now and we set out in the morning, it wouldn't be a problem, but actually going to the treasure and then delivering it, I don't think that's gonna work.
Hmm. Um.
Again, you said it was 3 kilometers, 3 miles, right? To here in Gablon?
Yes. You
Mm-hmm.
can get there by tonight. It's still
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah, I say we take the easy money.
Yeah,
You
we,
get
we don't
silver
have
piece
enough
for
people
each.
for the expedition to the east. At least enough people to feel safe.
Hmm.
Yeah, we can always come back for the treasure. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. At least we got information about it, that it exists in the first place.
Yeah, we just gambled and lost today, boys. That's all.
Took a risk.
Apologies for it.
We were all on board with this, so it's all good.
Hmm. Indeed, indeed. Alright.
So we'll head back to the trader and say, we'll take it. Thank you very much for the generous pay.
Of course. I noticed that there were 5 of you, so I thought a silver piece each would be a decent amount of pay.
Yeah.
Alright then. He hands you the package. You need to bring this to Lady Morina. She lives at the temple there. But she is not an acolyte herself. She just helps.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. To
She
Lady Morina.
requested that these herbs be delivered as soon as possible for an ailment. So make sure that these herbs do not go anywhere near fire or water or anything that could perhaps damage them. They are in a box inside this package, but it's considered fragile.
I will put it in my pack when we get to the mule, since I believe I would leave that there.
Lady Marina will have your pay.
Of course.
I was going to make, mate, ticket from me. But he is a bit stubborn. He will not go out into the cold for a few silvers. But your crew, you already headed back, and it seems like you traveled through the wilderness with ease. So,
Comparatively, yes.
and mate, you can hear him call out from a different part of the building. Plus, I don't have any weapons. Why would I go? There are wolves out there. This man here dealt with them. I don't know what you're afraid of anymore, mate. Alright, so you guys want to leave?
Yes.
Okay. So you're back out in the streets.
We'll head and gather our weapons, and if anyone is okay with it, I think we should head now. We already had our break for lunch.
Alright, good to go. You make your way over to the inn, and you're able to get the innkeeper to get your mounts out for you, your weapons back, and soon you're able to leave if you'd like. The innkeeper will, of course, thank you for your stay, and hope that your travels fare well. Stay warm out there and stay safe, alright?
Thank you.
See you all
Safety to
again.
you as well.
Alright, so soon you're all back out in the street again with all your equipment and your horses and weapons now. You guys ready to march on back to Givelon?
Yes.
Okay, we're back out into the wilderness. We're only about 3 miles from Givelon. Shouldn't take us very long. The same issue from earlier occurs, right? This time it seems that now that it's later in the day, the water's picked up the pace, and the river has only just become a little bit wider. The river you must cross that flows from the east to the west into the main river, it is now 20 feet wide. That is all that's happened over the day. So it went from 15 feet to 20 feet wide.
Next week it might be a bit more dangerous, but I hope that the method we used last time will still work.
It looks still quite shallow, so yeah, you can definitely make your mounts cross again. Your mounts do look like they had a bad time earlier, but at the inn they warmed up quite a bit, so they're nice and recovered and healed again. You cross the river using the same method, I suppose. You
Yes.
and Augustus will escort the rest of the party across. Keep in mind, we did leave someone back at the hamlet, so their character will start at the hamlet, since they're based there now. So that character, I'll note down, is being left in the hamlet north of Gavilan. That was, of course, Roy.
That will be an interesting start to a campaign when he comes back.
Indeed.
Is he going to have a one-man campaign?
No, not in old school.
I know, but still, he's starting from a completely different place than everyone else.
Yeah, so we'll have to fast travel in back to the village, and you can die on the way back. Alright. Okay, so congratulations, you made it across the river with careful planning and the mounts with you. You make it back to Gavilan in one piece without one of your members, but it wasn't a casualty. It was by his own choice. Alright, so back in Gavilan, it's about late afternoon when you get back. You first approach Gavilan's outskirts, which are surrounded by a long stretch of wooden fence, through the countryside, which is a lot of farmland, and beyond that point you finally reach the walls of Gavilan. The gates open up to you, you make your way back into the busy streets of the frontier settlement. In the distance, you'll see the keep, but this is a large village, or somewhat a growing village on the southern frontier of the kingdom of Bretonia. So, now that you're here in Gavelon, what is your first order of business?
We'll head to the
Temple.
church, was it? What?
The temple.
Temple. I confused it for a second.
It's about the same. You make your way to the local village temple, which is a small stone building. It's about 30 feet by 30 feet. When you get inside, it does not offer much, but it's still a nice and holy place. There are not many seats, but they do what they can. And as you make your way in at this time, you will see it's late in the afternoon, so the monks here, you can see some of them are offering services to some of the local villagers who have come in this evening. About 3 villagers are talking with some of the acolytes. There's about 1 acolyte you'll see is walking around. Also he's cleaning, and there's one who's actually approaching you right now. He was in a seat next to a small table next to the entry. He sees the lot of you entering and notices that you're carrying your weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good
No,
afternoon.
aren't we supposed to leave them at the door to the
Oh, the gates,
settlement?
yeah, sorry. You left them at the gate, my bad. So before you even entered the settlement, the guards took your weapons and locked them up for you. So that, just keep in mind, North Gate has your weapons. You were actually searched. In the village, they do not just make you throw your weapons away. They will actually thoroughly search you. So if you're a murderer, a killer, trying to hide a dagger in your prison pocket, it's not gonna work. But yeah, they are very strict when it comes to murderers here. If you are a murderer, you will be publicly executed. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, you are at the temple. You're allowed in then. So the priest comes in, or the acolyte invites you in. It's like, good afternoon, welcome, come in, children of God, right? And he's an old, quiet man, but he invites you in.
Good afternoon to you as well. We are looking for Miss Marie. We have a package for her.
Miss Marina. Oh,
Yes,
Lady
Marina.
lady. I apologize.
I see, I see. Well, I believe she's at her home currently, but she does live here sometimes. She is almost here every other day. Today's just not one of those days, it looks like. She could be back later today, but she's here every other day. You could visit her at her home. Here. I will have I'll have one of us take you there.
Yes, that will be very much appreciated.
If I may ask, what business do you have with Lady Marina?
Well, we were asked by the trader in... What was the name of the hamlet?
Bogomil.
No, the hamlet. The
Oh, the
name of the
trader.
hamlet.
Oh, the name of the hamlet.
Yeah.
That doesn't really have a name yet.
Yeah,
But it does belong to a lord. You can call it by the lord's name. So you can say it's Sir Yvain's hamlet.
by the trader in... How do you pronounce it?
Sir Yvain.
Oh,
Sir
Yvain.
Yvain's Hamlet. Yeah,
Sir Yvain.
that's
Okay.
the knight's name.
Yeah. By the we were asked by the trader of the hamlet of Sir Yvain to give a package. I believe it's some kind of medical herbs to Lady Marina.
Oh, the medical herbs. You could leave them here. We'll have you paid. Thank you for your services, gentlemen.
Okay. We'll leave them to you then.
You wanna hand the package over to him?
Yes.
A young servant boy, a page perhaps, approaches you, um, and begins to open the package and opens it up. And the priest at this point, uh, he's like, "One moment, right? I'll be back with your coins." But the boy is opening the package, and when he opens it, there's a wooden box, and inside, um, you'll see that the goods are in there, right? Plenty of herbs and such. They smell really strange, right? You see all kinds of weird vines and roots and such. But what's most alarming is there's perhaps a few jars of maggots or leeches in there too. They are alive.
Ooh. For what were those herbs and leeches used?
Yeah, I believe that they serve medicinal purposes. I'm still learning. Um, last I saw it, they did put a handful of maggots on an old lady's marking. There was a mark, a bulb on her back. I believe it's housing a spirit, a monster. I believe that she
Interesting.
is, yeah, she's been inflicted with some strange illness caused by her sins. But we are taking good care of her with these maggots. The priest returns, or the monk returns with your coins. 50 pieces of copper is what you're paid.
I'll give 10 to everyone. Right here, right now.
Hand out your coins. Then thank you for your service again, or the monk does at the very least. And welcome to you to stay and pray if you would like. Join them in prayer, or if you have any other questions, they're here to talk and help you, right? That's what the temple is for. There's a few monks in here just offering their services to any of the villagers who are in need of help, right? And they do notice actually one of you are a cleric, right? Fortunato,
Yes.
Templar, or champion of God, a leader among the clergy, as an acolyte. So the priest will actually acknowledge you and welcome you as a brother, right?
Thank you, thank you.
Sir Fortunato,
Yes,
perhaps
brother.
you've heard recently, but the swamps to the south, adventurers have spoken of a strange sighting. They believe there might be a source of or house of Satan in the swamps. They had spoken of spirits walking among the swamps. Soon, this upcoming summer, there will be a crusade against the swamps. If you are perhaps open to it, we would love to, or would be very supportive of your choice to perhaps rejoin the clergy, and join us on a fight against the undead in the swamps. The rest of your party will be welcome to as well. There'll be a campaign in the swamplands to the south.
Yes, of course, it's my duty. I won't shun it. Well, I'll definitely tell my compatriots about it, the ones I will meet in the future and the ones now, and perhaps we can get help in this crusade.
Before you leave, finally the adept approaches as well. Notices your party, right? Notices that some of you are members of houses that used to belong to the prominent campaign that took place here about half a year ago. So he sees Augustus, the veteran, and Jasper, Boski, all of them are members of, and maybe Fortunato too, members of the prominent campaign that took place here, right? So he sees, oh, you must be descendants, and you're you used to be part of the Frigid Tigers campaign. Is that so? And he's looking toward Augustus.
Yes, briefly.
The rest of you look like you're of prominent houses that had also took a part of the Frigid Tigers campaign.
Yes.
I was planning to speak with one of you at some point, if you had any knowledge of the ruins to the south of here.
To the south.
Yes, they call it the Volta.
Yes. I from my grandfather. I have a map. A map of
If I could,
at least the first level of the dungeon.
perhaps, if you're not too busy, I would love to perhaps schedule a meeting. I'd like to discuss the ruins with you at some point, if you have the time.
Of course. Yes. Why not?
Alright then. How about sometime later this week when you're done with your adventure?
Yes. That would be perfect.
Alright, please do come back to the temple and speak with us. We have a lot of work to be done this summer.
Yes.
Okay, so from here, the adept walks away. He's not as holy as the rest of the acolytes. You can see that he's like, he's a different man than the rest of the acolytes. He's not exactly as like respectful or whatever, polite. He's been on, he's not very pious. He's been on crusades. He's actually just a Templar, 4th level cleric, right? So he's an adept. He's not just a normal acolyte or like a monk. But he runs the temple here because this is a frontier settlement after all. The frontiersmen are rough and dangerous men, including the holy men sometimes. So, but he looks quite young to be a monk as well. He's perhaps only in his 20s, whereas the rest of the monks here are in their 30s or 40s or 50s.
Okay.
Alright. Let's see. So from here, you guys leave the temple, or do you have anything else you want to do at the temple?
Fortunato's gonna pay his tithes. He's gonna pay the 10 copper.
Okay. So you pay the 10 copper to the temple?
Yeah.
Alright, they are appreciative. Okay. Before you set off, as you're about to go, the adept decides that you should stay for a moment longer. So he'll do a prayer for you. For the rest of your adventure, you shall be blessed. Right. So he takes a little bit more of your time, at least the adept does, or not the adept. Sorry. He's not an adept. He's a priest. Yeah, he's an actual priest. So he'll bless you before you leave. I think that should be fine. Yeah. He doesn't bless you in the normal fashion. The temple has a large collection of scrolls, so that will be using a scroll to bless you. But yeah, he's not a prominent cleric yet because it's still a village. He should rise up though at some point. Same with you. But I believe it takes at least a vicar to cast blessed without it being a scroll. Alright, you guys are able to leave now. So you're back in the streets of Gavelon, the rough, dangerous frontier settlement, right? The streets are very peaceful and calm, but there are soldiers about, right? It's very militaristic. Okay. How would you like to continue from here? We are doing pretty alright with time. We've got about an hour and 30 left. Just haven't had any good leads yet. We can spend the rest of the adventure trying to get to Volta and loot a few rooms if you want. Or you can look for more work around here.
Well, considering that today we are on doing odd jobs already, why don't we search for a few odd jobs to do? Since it's been only a day since we departed.
I'm
Mhm.
cool with that.
It's still day one. It's just late in the afternoon, almost early evening at this point. So you might get some rest here in Gavelon. Finalize your plans, get some information. Tomorrow start fresh. Day 2.
Yeah, let's first search for any odd jobs we can do tomorrow, and then we'll take our rest. What do you say, boys?
Yeah,
Sounds
I'm
good
on
to
board.
me.
Yeah, if we find nothing, then we can just go to the ruins like normal.
Or even hunt for monsters. We don't have to go far.
Oh, I don't like fighting things in the wilderness. There's big, scary things out there.
I know.
Alright then, where would you like to go find work? You're out in the streets. You can walk around the streets and ask around, but that might take a while.
Is there a bulletin, let's say? A bulletin with little quests and requests and such for adventurers, or no such place?
Bulletin boards? They might be around. If you walk around, you might see one. You can search the streets for some bulletins.
What about an adventurers guild? Or
The
no
closest
such
thing
place?
you could get to an adventurers guild was the campaign that took place here that was based in the village. One house long was made into somewhat of a meeting hall. This was of House Lax, his character Samantha. The founder,
Yeah, I
she
remember she
protagonist
bought a
campaign.
house.
So now it's just kind of used as a meeting hall for survivors of the campaign to meet up every now and then. A few trophies are left there. However, the closest thing you'll get in medieval times to a guild is a merchant guild, a trades guild, right? They'll discuss trade with you if you're a thief, perhaps. They might tell you, how you might trade or send off goods and make money off of trading, of course.
Nicola, if you are familiar with the Merchants Guild, we can go and ask there for any work your old companions might have for us.
First place you might visit is a level 1 thief. The closest connections you will have to the Merchants Guild will be in the markets, just talking to other traders.
Nathan, we are talking to you.
Oh, sorry, I was doing something. What was said to me?
Nicola, since you're a thief, do you know by any chance there to be any work for us in the markets? Or in the Traders Guild?
I mean, maybe, but I'm not too sure. I've lost my touch. It's been a while since I've done this.
Well then, let's head to the Traders Guild and ask for work there first.
Alright, so a merchant guild is not like an establishment, it's not a building, it's just an organization. Do you want to visit like the house of a prominent merchant, but you don't have any connections to any of them yet? So
Hmm.
public merchants, right? The ones you can talk to are in the markets, right? Open for trade, open for discussion, perhaps.
Hmm. Yeah, sure. We'll go to the market and ask if anyone there has a trade over town that we can do tomorrow for them.
Okay, you make way into the markets, and getting close to evening. There's not half as many as usual out here in the markets. Only kind of like the main trade goods are being sold, the more important ones, food and such, supplies, winter supplies, firewood and all that is being sold and passed around, right? Villagers coming in and out, um, trying to, of course, make their daily purchases. What kind of merchant do you, or yeah, what kind of vendor do you wish to speak with in the market?
Maybe someone with a bit more exotic goods, since if they're exotic, they have to trade them from somewhere or gather them from somewhere.
So like exotic trades, like
A bit
foreign
more
goods.
exotic than your average bread and carrots.
hmm As you're walking to the market, seeing all these trade goods, you do recognize somewhere in the middle of it is an actual caravan that's set up here, providing goods from. These are not village goods; these are town goods. You see like heavy armors and such, strange wintry supplies, mounts, stuff that the village doesn't have easy access to.
Hmm.
The merchant caravan is heavily guarded though.
Any suggestions from you lot? Or
Um, I'm not too sure.
I speak up and ask, is there anything you'd like to procure around here? We might help you with.
This is toward one of the merchants at the caravan or some.
Yeah.
Alright, so you approach one and ask about that. He turns to you and says, oh, hello there. You wish to offer your help?
yeah, we are searching for odd work since we kinda got a little bit of a bust on a job. And we'd like to make some quick profit, even if it's small.
Hmm. Well, we're not leaving anytime soon. We've got plenty of caravan guards with us. But I might have something for you. One moment, please. He walks into one of the tents. Comes back out with a worker or a servant who's holding what looks like another package. This needs to be delivered to Bretonia. It needs to get there within the next few days. Do you think you could perhaps take it there?
Britannia, may I ask where exactly that would be?
Bretonia is north of here. It's where our caravan's from.
Okay.
It's the citadel, the capital of of our kingdom.
Brit- yeah. May I ask roughly how much time do you expect to be the travel to there?
Should take your party no less than 2 days to get there. You can follow
Hmm.
the river to the mountains, and from there should be a road that'll take you to Bretonia. It'll be northwest of the mountains.
Hmm. Yeah. What do you say, lot?
Say it's worth looking into.
Sam.
Fortune, Voski, what about you?
Hmm?
I'm asking, what do you think of uh the transport goods to Britannia?
You hear one of the
Am I
merchant
pronouncing it
guards
right?
interrupt the conversation a little bit. He walks up to the merchant, kind of scoffs at him. They'd be lucky to get halfway there. I wouldn't pay them a coin. You should hire one of us to send the package up there. We're doing nothing pretty much, just guarding your caravan here. I could take the package up there myself. So you got some competition now. This single merchant guard is or caravan guard is think that he could do the job by himself, as you're discussing.
You genuinely think you can do that? Well, I'll tell you this, but you take it as you will. There are very powerful monsters outside the city. Not to mention about northeast the dungeon, so there is a chance a monster from the dungeon will attack you while you travel. So Intentus is the
Lance,
easiest job as you might think.
that's how he reacts to you. He just laughs again. You do understand the lands north here are maintained by the kingdom. The closest monster you might get is perhaps a wolf or a bear, but there are no monsters north of here.
If you say so.
I would want to warn you about something, but just keep in mind it's winter time, and there are mountains up there. A large crew like yourself is slow and cumbersome. Wouldn't escape. Wouldn't even escape a pack of wolves or a bear. In fact, if there was a monster, you'd probably be dead meat on the spot. And the merchant guard walks off. Sorry about that. The job or the task is still open to your party if you do plan to take it. I do need it delivered within the next few days. Our recent messenger or a recent team that was going to deliver this package is a bit late.
Well, we'll take it. Might as well.
How much?
You see the chest that they need delivered up to Britonia. It's locked. They have the key for this, so don't plan on opening it yourself. But we are going to pay you, we'll say, for each of your members, 3 silvers each. So we'll hand out, we'll pay you 5 up front, and the rest of your 10 you can get if you hand this letter over to one of the merchants in Britonia.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Anyone against it?
Nope. I need to
I'm
make
all
some
for
money.
this. Same.
The
Well,
man you need to take it to is known as Court. He's a prominent merchant in Britonia. Also better known as, unfortunately, among some adventurers, Court the Burglar. But trust me, he's a fair and just man. He will not steal from you. You might feel like you're getting robbed, but he sells his gear at the price that they deserve.
that sounds like an interesting man to me, at least. Well, we'll take it. We'll rest for the night, and we'll head in the morning.
Okay, you take the package. He gives you a letter and a contract that you sign. There's 2. One you keep as proof that you're on this task, and the one they keep. But you've got a scroll with you. It's a contract, and you've got a letter. That's your pay. So if you get the package there and you hand the letter over, you'll receive the last bit of your payment, which is 10 pieces of silver. He also hands you 5 pieces of silver, 1 for each of you. Actually, is there 5 of you left? Yeah, there's 5 of you.
Yeah, each of us will take the silver now,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll I'll put the package in the safest place I can at the moment.
On your animal, or you're gonna carry it into your room. Where do you guys want to sleep
To my
tonight?
uh, I'll carry it to my room if we have a
Are you
room.
guys staying at the inn, or any
Yeah,
possibility to stay at the inn?
I think the inn
All right,
would be best.
you just want to stay at the inn. Um, let's see. Okay. All right. So you're gonna pay a visit to. Let's see, we got. We're gonna make our way to the Faded Butcher Inn. This is not a tavern. It's just an inn. You hear that the place has a normal price for rooms. They're asking 1 copper for 1 bed tonight in the public housing spaces. If you want a private room, it's gonna be 2 coppers. It's a 10 foot by 10 foot room with 1 bed on normal finishing. But if you're gonna sleep at the common spaces, it's a lot more affordable for 1 copper. If you want breakfast with it in the morning, it's an extra copper.
I'll give him 1 silver for all of us in the common place together with breakfast.
Okay.
You don't have a
Make your way
problem
to.
with sleeping in the common place, do
The
you
only
guys?
issue with the common quarters is there's no private storage, right? Like each bed has a chest, but the chests are not locked. They're just kind of public chests at the end of each bed. You can store
Yes.
your gear in it. So there are other people sleeping in the common room, right? It's
Yes,
gonna
I
be
know.
about 15 foot, 60 feet long in the upper level of the inn. So there's a bed on either side of the path, right? So when you get up there, the common place that you enter into is 30 foot by 15 feet, and there's about a total of 6 beds in here. So when you walk in, you already see that 3 of the beds are taken up. There's another one. There's 2 common spaces total. So there's a total of 12 beds, and in each common space, they're both half filled. So 3 of you will be in one room or one common room, and 2 of you will be in the other common resting room. But of course, stealing is a crime. So if anyone tries to steal your gear, and you catch them, they will be punished. And punishment for stealing is pretty bad. In Gavelon, they will flog you, and stone you, not to death, but they will do that publicly. If you get caught again, um, then they might even cut off your hand.
So, who wants to sleep where?
I can sleep anywhere. If there's, of course, if there's beds available, I would sleep on one.
We have 6 beds, I believe, in total, but we are only allowed to take 1 per person, which is 5 in total. But there are 2 rooms, each room having 3 beds only left free. That's what I'm asking.
It's not too important, but if you think you're gonna be stolen from in the night, then it might be important to you, right? And who's sleeping in which room. You can of course keep guard if you want, have people staying up watching over everyone else as they sleep.
Yeah, I've got too much stuff that I don't want stolen. I'm gonna take a bedroom.
You're gonna take an actual bedroom?
Yeah,
It's just 2 coppers then. Are you paying for yourself?
yeah.
Alright. Is everyone paying for themselves, or is Jasper paying?
I was going to pay for everyone, but if he wants a private room,
He'll pay for himself. Okay. So Augustus gets his own room at the inn. Anyone else want to pay for their own room, or are you okay with Jesper paying for you?
Well, if it's paying, it wouldn't be nice if I refuse, so I'll gladly accept.
I appreciate your generosity, Jasper. I gave all my copper to the temple.
That's right. You received another 10, or you received a silver piece earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright. But yeah, he'll be paying. Let's see. Volsky, are you paying for your room?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I can.
You have 2 silvers from this adventure, at least. Alright, Jasper pays for you all. Jasper, you pay 4 coppers, except for Augustus. Alright, so in the public spaces, even though they're public, they're very cozy still. Each bed is, well made, very comfy, and although it's a public space, they're divided off by like curtains, pretty much, or not curtains, but like they're like somewhat like walls, but not really, like stalls, somewhat. Um, so they're covered in like a thick paper or something. You're not sure, but each little bed section is 10 foot by 10 foot, um, and it's open to public hall or space. But each little section has a bed, has a counter, or has a lantern, candles and tinderbox, a chest, and a small chair and table. So it's got everything. It's well furnished, even if it's not its own room. The rooms though, if you got a private room, it comes with a like a queen size or a bed for 2 people. Okay, so it's more private, of course. It's got a little bit nicer stuff in here. So although the public spaces are quite nice, this is even nicer. It's even got some warm bread in here, like giving us a bottle of cheap wine. So, alright then, you guys are getting your rest. There's something else you guys wish to do at the inn before you get some sleep. There's a common space downstairs, but it's not a tavern, right? It's just a place to just lounge. They don't serve drink or food down there. If they do serve you any food, they'll bring it to your room or your place to eat. But again, this is a place for rest, not for drinking. If you do drink, you get your own private spaces. Okay, so night passes then. There seems to be nothing else you guys wish to do at the inn, except from rest.
I would like to keep the package.
Okay.
Instead of putting it in the chest that is next to the bed, like my gear, the package that we are delivering, I'm going to hold through the whole night.
All night, sleep with it very well.
Yep.
A whole ass chest in your bed.
Basically,
Right.
yes.
The animals will stay at the stables, by the way. They'll take care of your mounts. Alright then. We'll roll for the night passing in a public space like this. Alright. In the evening hours, as you're all resting, you're not sleeping yet. It's like around 7, 8 p.m. at night. There's a drunkard that stumbles into the common space towards his bed. He's quite bothersome. Unfortunately, it is a public space, and you can hear him just walking around making noise in his area, right? As you're trying to perhaps rest and get some sleep. He does approach one of you as you're resting. This is the room with Valo, Volsky. You two are in this room together. Nikolai and Jasper in the other room. So Fortunato and Volsky, you're in this room, this public room. This drunkard approaches Fortunato, sees an acolyte in there, right? Sees you and says, "Yeah, a smelly crusader. What are you doing in this place? Why don't you just go sleep at the temple?"
What's your point? What do you want?
This is a place for drunkards and plebs like us, not some church-going man of God. Unless... And he kind of collapses in your room. He's drunk. So you got a man sleeping on your floor. That's pretty much it. All right.
Okay. I'll make sure he's comfortable. I mean, I'll straighten out his body and at least give him a cover
Blanket.
or something. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, his bed is next to yours, like on the other side of the wall. So he bothered you. Okay.
All right.
The night passes. It's now day 2 of your adventure. Day 1 was pretty long and not so. I mean, we made profit actually. Just a slow day of work. All right. This is considered like mercenary work you've been doing. The payment is slow compared to adventuring, but if you were a mercenary, that's actually a pretty normal payment what you've been receiving. Because a week of hard labor is 1 silver, so getting a few silvers in a day is pretty good. Alright, where off to next? You guys want to begin your journey to Brithonia? We've got an hour of game time left.
Yeah, let's
Probably
get
make it to
this over
Brithonia
with.
and back.
If we
begin.
get a fight
Before we go, I would like to
be
buy at least tent.
Okay, and then sorry, Augustus, what were you saying?
Yeah, if we could get on our way, that'd be great. So if we get in a fight, we can
We got
ask
time.
for it.
Sounds good. Alright. Sounds like Jasper wants to visit the markets too before we head off. And actually, your character just had a rest, so as usual, you guys will get a break. Take 5. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
Yeah, guys, I think we should buy at least a tent so that, well, it's a 2-day travel.
Okay.
I don't have enough money for a tent. If I finish this adventure, I can buy a tent. But for now,
I
I'm-
hope to buy at least a big enough tent for us to be able to fit in, even if it's not a very comfortable sleep.
oh yes, it is winter too.
Yeah.
Um,
Voski,
tent or a bedroll.
We can
Voski,
all spoon.
Yeah.
what kind of spells do you have, by the way?
All I remember is that I can detect magic. I think.
Read and detect magic. Okay. The standard start. After this adventure, I have a spell book that we can both copy the spells from.
Go. Thank you.
That way both of us are going to have magic missile and protection from evil. By the way, protection from evil is OP.
Oh, a tent is 3 silver pieces. It's a 10-foot tent. It looks like.
10-foot tent. Ooh.
I believe it's a 10-foot tent or 10 by 10.
So,
I mean, I can pitch in my silver piece if we all want to split it.
no, I have enough money for a tent to buy.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I have 81. No, actually, 80 silvers and 2 coppers.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate. Do we have enough food
Thanks.
then?
This
Because
is
not,
yeah,
I can buy the
this is-
food.
No, we have food, I believe. We have used, I think, 6, then 5. No, actually, yeah, 6, then 5. That may actually in one we didn't use our food. That means that we have used only 6 portions of our 20 foods. So
Mm,
we still have 14 food left.
And how long is the Britonia?
2 days.
Okay,
If
2
we
days.
buy a pot, we can extend it by 40% our food,
Okay.
which will allow
Um,
us for 5 people to. That will be, I believe, 4 meals. So we'll have enough to get there.
what about on the way back too? And just in case something happens,
Yeah, 4 meals. I think we need 3 meals to get to there, and one additional to get back. So we'll have to buy food from there afterwards. But we have enough to get there
oh yeah, I
at the
mean
very least.
we should be able to buy food there then. Okay.
Alright, so it looks like after your rest in Gavelon, you haven't really used any of your actual food yet. You've been eating at the well, actually last night I think you guys ate at the you did cook out your own food, I think, because you didn't go anywhere to eat.
Oh
Did you
yeah.
want to eat at the did you want to eat at the inn in Gavelon to have
Yeah.
food?
Wait, I didn't I pay for food? Like I paid 8 coppers for or nine
You paid
coppers.
4 coppers.
Oh,
No, you just got the beds.
okay.
And then if you want dinner here, the normal dinner is not much. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It's just a simple peasant dinner at the inn is 1 copper as well. So you want to pay for that, or did you want to use your own food?
I'll pay for that. We
Okay. So you paid for 5 meals.
yes.
All right. At the inn, they were serving you it tasted like
Hopefully
you
food.
you ate yeah, it was food. It was a decent meal. You got a nice, each of you got a nice warm soft loaf of bread with honey butter, and then it was a thing of you also got a bowl of venison, and you also got what tasted like a bunch of fruits mashed together. They call it a fruit salad. Right, that's what you ate last night for 1 copper. It wasn't a bad meal. Not a lot of, a lot of protein, but a decent amount. You want to pay for breakfast too?
I guess yeah.
Okay. You're hosting everyone's meals, right?
Much obliged.
So from your
Of course,
profit
don't
of
actually have
2
money.
silvers, you lost 12 coppers. You still gain money. It's just you're getting a lot less than everyone else today, or this week. All right. So you paid for the meals, and for breakfast in the morning, you guys are served some warm pastry covered in cinnamon and a delicious spice, and then you also get what tastes like let's see, you get tea, and you get a nice warm bowl of grits with bits of chicken in it, and some other smaller vegetables like peas and carrots. Right, and that's your breakfast.
Second, we would like to buy a tent since we'll be staying one night in the middle of nowhere.
Very well. You'll make your way out from the inn and to the markets in search of tents. The market does supply winter items including tents, but much more as well. We've got wagons among the transport, tents, pavilions. What kind of tent would you like? There's a normal tent, it's 10 foot by 10 foot, but they've also got other setups if you're interested.
Hmm. What did you say the option were?
There's a few pavilions, and
What's a
those are
pavilion?
a very large tent for like a night. Let's see. They'll have a few other things. Alright, 1 second. So yeah, it's very large tents. They're for nights. They're probably a lot more expensive than the standard peasants or normal tent, which is 10 foot by 10 foot cloth tent.
Something that can fit all of us would be actually nice.
Okay, well if you want, you can just buy a heavy tent, which is a more expensive and larger normal tent. It would be 20 foot by 10 feet. And it would be just double the price of a normal tent, which is 6 silvers.
Yeah,
That
that
way
would
you
be
all can
fine.
stay together.
Yeah.
It would house up to. It would house about 8 people comfortably.
Is
Yeah,
it
that would be useful to
reusable?
have for the future anyway.
Sorry, what was it?
Is it reusable?
Once you set it up, get a fire going, either within or outside.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, Silver, I don't want you to pay everything for everyone all the time, so I'll pitch in what little I
Here,
can.
here is the thing. I'll be keeping it afterwards, so
Yeah, but you pay for our meals, so just to make up for that.
A large tent is a total of 6 pieces silvers. Yeah, heavy tent. So you want to throw 1 silver in?
Yep. Well, yeah, just at least something.
Alright, gotta go. That's nice of you. So far you only get 1 silver profit then.
That's fine by
Alright,
me.
and then, all good? Okay. Jesper, you'll have to pay the rest of it then, unless anyone else wants to pitch in.
yeah, I'll pay the rest of it.
Alright, that's another 5 silvers. Okay, all good. Let's see. Alright. So a tent's been purchased and loaded onto your horse. It weighs 20 pounds. Okay. Now let's see inventory. For Jesper.
It will be on my mule.
Okay. You're currently at 76 or 75 silvers and 8 coppers.
76. And for in how many coppers?
75 silver and 8 coppers.
Okay.
Alright. You now own a heavy tent. Yeah, it's loaded onto your mule. Okay, all good. Shall we begin our last bit of the journey to Britonia?
Yes. Yes.
Alright, we got about 40 minutes of game time left, so hopefully we can go there and back before the game ends. Make a bit of more profit, finish your job. Alright, let's begin. It's gonna be up the river then to the mountains. That's about, let's see, that's 3 miles out. Sorry, the hamlet is not 3 miles, it's 1.5 miles from Gevelon. I gave it the wrong distance. But it's about 1.5 from Gevelon. Alright. You gotta make your way to the mountains first. It's about 3 miles, 1 league out. Then we're gonna try to make a way from. What's it called travel? Do you know where you're gonna go from the mountains? Or do you just want to travel to the mountains first?
The guard said that there is a road towards the Britonia. Britonia? Briswavia.
Britonia. Yeah.
Britonia.
Alright then. You plan to use that road?
Yes.
Right, we are now traveling through open grassland covered in snow toward mountains, making some new discoveries on the map. It's the wrong pen. Alright, so there are mountains west of us, and then north of us, northwest of us. Looks like 1, 2, 3. Hills.
Looking here, I'm gonna find this room.
Okay. So if they're about 3 miles north from Gevelon, you do come across a crossroads in the river. One part of the river flows northeast into mountains, and the other part flows northwest into the mountains. And there's indeed a bridge here at this crossing. So the bridge begins on the south side of the river, and goes east and west. So the river you've been following has the bridge on it. It goes east and west, so you can cross either side. But you're currently on the western side. So which way would you like to go? Northwest or northeast? Both river routes lead into mountains.
We just know Britonia's to the north, correct?
You know that, well, someone's already been there, as you can see, so that's why it's on the map.
Who's been there?
Another party has already been there from Gevelon, that's why it's on the campaign map. So you already kind of know which way to go.
Yep. It looks like it's to the northwest. Do you guys want to go northwest then?
Why don't we just follow the road that leads there instead of going directly to it?
There's indeed a road on the western side. It leads up to the bridge that you're at.
So we'll cross the bridge.
The
Yeah.
bridge goes east.
Oh, so in a different direction than where we are headed.
So you're on the west side already. There's a road that goes northwest along the northwestern river, but the road leads northwest and to the bridge, which spans to the eastern side of the river that you're following.
Then northwest. We are going northwest to the right, guys?
Yeah. So we're not crossing the bridge, we're just going northwest.
Yeah, the bridge is there in case you want to take the different, course of travel.
Oh, okay, I see.
Right, so you can actually cross the river. And begin traveling northeast instead. Alright, so you're traveling northwest to Britonia. The last bit of travel is easy. So it's again 3, 6, 9, 12 miles out from Gevelon. Your party travels at the rate of medium footmen, so you travel to Britonia within a day. And the road doubles your speed, or not doubles, but multiplies it by 0.5. So you get there in probably the mid-afternoon.
That was
Right.
fast.
Yeah, it wasn't that difficult. As you approach Bretonia from a distance from the forested hills, soon the forested hills become a large expanse of open countryside. And at some point halfway through the countryside, you come across hamlets and an old wooden fence that protect the southern border. And through the hamlet, beyond this, is more countryside before you finally arrive at the stone walls that surround the citadel of Bretonia, the city or the capital of the kingdom. You've arrived at the citadel now. As you make your way to the stone wall, first off, again, so first there was the wooden fence, so the outermost region of Bretonia is just farmland. Then you come to the wooden fence which protects the first hamlet, and then after that, beyond the countryside, there's going to be a other hamlet sectioned off by wooden walls, but the heart of the city is surrounded entirely by stone wall. The stone wall is roughly, the first wall at least, the most outer wall, is only about, say, it's not that high. In fact, it's a small stone wall, about half as high or half as tall as you would expect a castle wall to be. But naturally, it's only because it's only protecting the town, not the castle. So it's half as large. Let's see, that would be. Alright, stone wall. Okay. So it's only about 10 feet high, the outer wall of the citadel. Okay, but the gatehouse is pretty. The first gatehouse is pretty small. So this is just the outer walls of the settlement, and once you breach the outer walls, you enter into the town, right, or the city. It's Bretonia is citadel, so it's the city. So the inner town, right, a town surrounded by villages. You're now in the town. And in the center of it, of course, is the Capitol building itself, the citadel or the keep of Bretonia, right? It's a large castle that you're probably not ever going to be able to touch until later levels. We lost someone.
Sylvie again.
Yeah. Alright.
She'll probably be back in a bit.
Of course, connection issues. Alright, so as soon as you walk into the walls, looks like Volsi has some business to tend to, as per usual. After a long march, he needs quite a break for himself. So he branches off, but tells you he'll find you guys in a little bit, hopefully. Now that you're in the city, right, as you breach the outer wall, and you make your way into the town, there's all kind of people from all about, right? And Bretonia has a lot to offer. Within the castle, you'll see in the streets. First, you're just in the town. There's people walking all over the place, soldiers here and there, right? Merchant caravans, just kind of like, most of them are recently arrived. It looks like small caravans, large ones are probably somewhere in the actual town. But it's such a big town, you can expect to find what you would in a city, a medieval city. All of that is here in Bretonia. This is the capital. So, where would you like to go from here?
So they didn't take our weapons.
They do take your weapons. The walls, the stone walls, you'll leave your weapons here. And as you enter through the southern gate, you'll see that there's a. Well, actually, Bretonia is a capital city. It's not a borderland settlement, so you are allowed to bear arms, just not carry them openly. So you can have them, but you can't like keep them in your hand, if that makes sense. And then when you get to different establishments or sections, they might take your weapons.
Okay. I'll be right back. I need a few minutes.
Right.
So, guys, we're looking for Cord the burglar. Does anyone remember where he resides or what kind of district? Because I just know we were given his name.
Maybe we should ask around the merchant district.
Okay,
There's one of his
I'm
markets.
sorry again that I had to leave for the call.
All good. Alright, so again, your characters are allowed to like carry their weapons on their person, but not bear them out in the open, right? If that makes sense. We're still like in the outer town area, so once you get into like certain parts of it, you might have to leave your weapons behind, but they don't have a place for you to store your weapons. Otherwise, you have to like leave your weapons out in the outskirts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right now as you march in the public streets and all that, it sounds like you guys want to visit a market first.
Yeah, like a market district or a market square.
Why are we
So you're
searching
not
for the
actually
market?
far from one right now. You can see one not too far away from where you've entered. This is the entry market, where most of the smaller caravans will stop at first.
Why are we going to the market?
We don't know where Cord the burglar lives. We just know his name.
Okay. We can go to the gate and ask there. He sounds like a prominent merchant, so they may have an idea for us.
Someone who's known as a burglar, I don't know if they would be a reputable merchant.
It's no. The merchant that told us to go to him said that he is a good merchant. That adventurers call him the burglar, since it feels like he's stealing from adventurers.
Well, yeah, a good merchant for the black market. Maybe not for the outside market, but uh, I don't know. I feel better just asking other merchants rather than a guard.
Okay,
Guards tend to
sure.
be a little too tend to stick their noses in your business.
You sound like you're talking from experience.
I just try to go to cities and pray, and they ask me a lot of things.
Okay then.
Alright then. So markets it is.
Yep.
Okay, so you're walking into what looks like a makeshift market made of mostly smaller merchants and traders that have formed somewhat of a market near the outer wall, within the walls of course. So you walk into their market, right? It's like almost like a bazaar, right? Because they have trade goods from different parts of the land, spices and fruits that are not native to the capital itself, which is in a somewhat mountainous region, hilly, forested region. What kind of merchant would you like to talk to for your package?
I'd say we probably look for somebody that looks like they're dealing with weapons or armor or like adventuring equipment, or just try to
Or
find a
somebody
store
more
where
or some merchant that looks more prominent, like not
yeah.
just your average a merchant, but somebody who actually runs the parade here.
Right, you walk around, there are all kinds of vendors. We'll have simple tradesmen selling, maybe fairs and such. We'll have more equipped merchants, right? Running the caravan stalls, right? And then we also have I think that's the two types of merchants in the market. Only traders and merchants in the small market here. So you go off to one of the merchants, not the traders, but to one of the actual merchants that have a caravan, and you'll see that there are the caravan hands running the stalls, but the merchant himself is not out. So you can ask to speak to the merchant.
No, we'll ask the
caravan.
cans first.
The
Hello,
caravan hands
fellas.
first.
Do you by any chance know where we can find uh, what was his name again?
Cord the burglar.
What?
Cord the burglar.
Okay, Cord the burglar.
And
He is somewhat of prominent merchant here, we were told.
The caravan hands nod, right? And they were like, the two of them walk over and they're nodding like, yes, of course, we know. Cora the burglar. He's in charge of all the trade goods connected from here to Gevelon. He often equips our caravans before they're sent out to Gevelon.
Oh, thank you. Do you by any chance know where we can find him? We appear to have a package for him.
Package. Alright, 1 second. They come out with their own merchant. And again, if you didn't already kind of understand, you were hired by a caravan, right? In Gevelon. So
Yeah.
they're going to be connected to the other caravans, right? Like in Bretonia. So a merchant comes to see you and he says, good afternoon. You guys have business with Cord.
Yes, and I'll show him the contract.
Okay, you show him the letters and papers. Alright, very good. Very good. I am Cord. I run the other merchant caravans out here. But these are all good, looks good. Do you have the chest with you?
The what?
Do you have the chest?
Ah, yes. Here. I hand him the chest.
You pass it over to the caravan hands, take it. Alright, go verify its contents, right? And the men take it into a tent. Surprised you made it here without any issues. That's very good. Very good indeed. Looks the rest of you over. You're not the original team, it looks like. Did something happen?
I...
We were told that they were late,
No
and we
worries.
were looking for a job, so we took it.
Oh. Very good. Opportunistic. If keep with the same attitude, I might have to hire you myself. The other team was supposed to get here a few days later. You guys got here a lot earlier than I thought you would get here.
Yeah, we were actually surprised at how fast we could travel to the capital.
I was expecting it at least a day or two later, but this is good. Early shipment. Very good, very timely. Is it too much to ask? But I do have another package that needs to be delivered to Gabalon. This package is a little larger. You need to escort a small caravan to Gabalon.
Well, that
Think
would
you
be
can do it?
actually perfect since we do have to head back and making money on the way. It's great.
Alright, well perfect. I thought you might be headed back anyway. Seeing that you guys sound like you're from Gabalon with all the strange accents. Alright then, well, when we're done counting this out, and you kind of see a look inside, and it's treasure that's in the chest. The men nod from within the chest, or from the tent, and they're like, it's all in here, sir. Alright, and they bring out your payment. Okay, so payment is not nearly, even a touch of what that treasure looks like it's valued at. So you just delivered a very high valued treasure just now. You get very low pay for it.
And we even have a
let's see.
thief among us who could open that fucking chest.
Yeah, unless you were a thief, right?
I'm in the same time angry at it. The fact that we could have gotten such treasure, and in the same time, I know that that's not a good idea to do.
Yeah, but it's quick money. You can move on to a different settlement if need be. If you come outlaws here. Alright, so anyway, you get your silver. It's 2 apiece, as promised in the letter.
Yeah, thank you.
And he throws in an extra piece for each of you since you got it here in such a timely fashion. So you get 3 pieces each. Mark it down. So you all just received 3 pieces of silver, by the way. Alright, you've gotten your payment, and the merchant caravan that you're going to leave, it concludes a trader. A trader with a single cart led by a single pack mule. This small caravan, if anything, it's just a trader. It is carrying what looks like wine. Wine that cannot be made on the frontier settlement because they don't have grapes and such, right? They don't make wine there. So it's pots of wine. Wine itself, it's like, it can be pretty valuable, but this looks like normal wine. So, you know, keep in mind you're signing a contract. If you are to kill this trader on the way, you know, you're warned, right? You'll become outlaws to the country, the kingdom. This merchant is protected by the merchant guild. So, including all the trade goods, every pot is marked. So people know if you try to sell these pots off to somewhere, right, and you're not in the merchant guild, they'll know it was stolen, right? Fenced goods or whatever. So, anyway, you get the pots of wine, and your payment is quite simple. It's gonna be for the delivery of this caravan, which moves at it's encumbered. This caravan's encumbered, so it's only moving at 6 miles per day. But on the road, it moves a little faster, of course, maybe 9 miles. So it should be a 2-day trip, no matter what, to Gavelon. And per day, each of you will be paid 1 silver for escorting it. And then on the way there to Gavelon, if you do end up killing any monsters, you'll be paid by the head. So if you do actually have to protect this caravan on the way there, having to kill a monster, any heads, right, that you get, or any monsters that you protect the caravan from, you might get paid. Like if the merchant trader, right, is protected and you did not kill a monster but you protected him, right, like drove the monster off, he can report that and then you'll get paid for protecting him, if that makes sense. So you don't necessarily have to kill a monster to get paid for extra monsters. You might not get paid as much, but you'll still get paid something, right, for just protecting him. So he's got to be kept alive the whole way if you want that extra pay. Otherwise, if he does die on the way there and you get the goods delivered, you'll at least get paid by the head that you got out there, right? But he can report any, like, of course, like protecting you did, right? So
Yes,
you get paid a
of
little
course.
bit more. Try your best to keep him alive. He's a tradesman, and he's the driver of the cart.
Don't we also have a mule? And can we link that up to the cart?
It can move a little faster if you do that.
Okay, well that's a option. And if you guys want to do that, because we get paid by the day, so the slower it goes, the more cash we can break.
Yes, but in the same time, it gets more dangerous the longer we stay
Yes,
on the road.
but
So
if it gets
the idea
dangerous,
is that
then
because it's a 2-day journey, also you're getting paid 2 silver. So no matter how short or long you take, you're only getting 2 silver for the 2-day journey, because the planned trip cost is 2 days, right? So if you take longer to get to the Gavelon, you're just wasting more time getting paid the same amount. Versus if you get there faster, you get the job done quicker and you get paid.
I thought we were
the same
getting
amount.
paid by the day, but okay, I got
Yeah.
that completely wrong.
By the day, so it's gonna be a 2-day journey.
Oh,
That's how they get around that.
okay,
They're
I
smart. Merchants are smart, so they all are. They're like thieves. I mean, if you're a thief, you aspire to become a merchant.
Okay. Well, then I say we link up the mule to the cart so we can get there sooner.
Yeah,
Paid sooner.
What's the other mount that we have?
horse, I believe.
Okay, I don't know
That
if we
would
can
make
link
it
up
uneven,
horses to
Yeah.
mules.
Horses to mules. It would be uneven.
Or we could have
Wait,
two
wait,
mules
travel.
side by side and then one horse like in the middle but
No,
in the
in
front,
front.
leading them.
Yeah. You could do that. Pull the weight.
Yeah,
Either way, though, the faster we can move because we have footmen with us is like medium. Because I know there's some of you who are medium footmen. I think Nikolai is light or unencumbered. Volsky is probably medium. or heavy.
As
Or if
long
you're
as
not a,
I'm not carrying, as long as I'm carrying only my personal equipment and no tents, food, and torches, I'm
but
not
yes, but if
encumbered
you
at
do
all.
use your mount on the cart, you cannot ride your mount.
Yeah,
So
at which point we are moving 15 feet. A fucking. At which
so
point I'm moving
what you
at
can do,
15 feet.
Jesper, is you can limp the way there if you put all your gear on the cart on your pack mule until you're unencumbered. So you won't have any armor or weapons on the way back.
I can carry my close short bow, arrows, and spear together with my book, and I'll still be able to go 6
Oh yeah,
feet.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll touch my mule and have it. I'll still like to have it carry the tents, the bags, and
Yep,
the
that's all
food,
good.
of course.
All right. The way to Bretonia earlier, when you marched along the river, I believe that only took you maybe a couple hours or less than that. No wait, it took you the day, right? Yeah,
You said that we
it was like
arrived
12
at
miles.
about
A little earlier.
after lunch somewhere.
Yeah, so we did have lunch out there at some point, so we are down about 5 days or 5 pounds of food. So we're currently at 49 pounds of food before we leave, and it is currently the middle of afternoon, so I wouldn't suggest traveling now. You might not make it in time. I mean, you could try traveling now and get as many miles as you can out, and then tomorrow finish it up if you want. I would say you have. Let me do the math real quick. You did 12 miles, and we followed the river, and then for like half the journey, the distance was halved, or yeah, because you moved at 1.5 speed on the road. So first, the first 3 miles took you about 2 hours of the day, and the next 9 miles took you would have taken you the rest of the day, but it took only half as much because it was 50% since there was a road. So therefore,
We arrived at about 4 in the
um,
afternoon.
yeah, you arrived at a little earlier. I would say 2 in the afternoon. So you have about 2 hours left to keep marching, pretty much. And with 2 hours on the road, you can march at the rate of, that would be about 4 miles. So you can finish 4 miles before the day ends. Would you like to do that? That should make the journey back to Gavilan a lot easier.
I think so. We can always
Either do that, or you can rest now and then do it. Travel in the morning.
I think we go as far as we can, and then wherever we end up, we rest there and then just take turns for night watch.
Yeah,
throughout
that
the
would be
night.
fine. Yeah, let's do
Because
that.
there's so many of us, so we can afford to do that.
No, because we've already burnt our time. I can't stick around for a fight. So I
He's
say
right.
we rest and
The
then
Yeah.
go.
safest method would be
The
to rest here
chance-
tonight and travel and get to Gavilan tomorrow.
Yeah,
Because the
alright,
chance of us getting
let's
into
rest
a
here.
fight at night is a lot higher.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
lot riskier. I'd say we
let's
stay safe inside the city walls for now.
Yeah, let's rest, and while we are in the city, I would like to buy a pot so we can extend the amount of food we have.
Okay. Let's see. How much is the pot? Is it like 1 silver? Yeah, it's 1 silver for a normal pot.
That is going on my horse as well. On my mule.
Okay, we just purchased the pot. Alright, we're about to leave. In the morning, well, actually, where do you want to stay tonight? At Bretonia? At the inn? At one of the inns? There's probably like a few inns here. This is a town. Or a city, actually. So there would be maybe even more.
Yeah, let's stay in one of the inns in the outer ring of the city.
Okay. In the outer ring of the city, they have the option of a poor inn and a normal inn.
What is a porin exactly?
It's in the slums, but it should be cheap. So a normal inn, which is about the same as a normal inn in like say the Hamlet or Gavilan, is more expensive in the city. It's the same quality as those ones, but it's more expensive. The price that you pay for a normal inn in Gavilan and like the Hamlet, let's say, will only get you a place in the slums because of inflation. You know, it's in cities. Does that make sense? So if you only plan on staying, if you only want to pay 1 copper for a room, you're gonna be sleeping in the slums, in one of the inns in the slums. It's not a bad place. It's just this place in the slums. So you got poor folk coming in there, paying a copper to stay a night, right? Like poor travelers, but it's in like a bad region in town.
As long as nobody has a problem with sleeping in the poor, I would prefer if we do that. I would still pay for you.
Well, if you're paying,
Normally,
then I'm not complaining.
normally no, but we have goods, and usually in slums, the rate of crime is higher.
Yes, Bretonia also doesn't have as many laws or restrictions, and there's a lot more crime in the city
Uh,
version than in Gavilan.
I'd say let's be safe. We're doing a job, so let's.
yeah, let's be safe, bro. It's better. So in the normal inn, how much would it cost for
It would cost double the price, so 2 coppers for a room, or for a public bed. Is that okay with you?
yeah,
So you're gonna pay a total of 1 sale for everyone to get a bed at the normal inn.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Minus another silver from you. Let's see. The profits go down. Right, but we get to a normal inn tonight in Bretonia. You can start to build a relationship here or come back here more often. First time staying a night in Bretonia. The normal inn on the other walls that you visit. Let's see what it's called. Alright. Okay. You'll be staying at the Wary Hunter. Let's see. Alright, so you're at the Wary Tavern, Town Inn, and then let's see. As you stay here the night, sleeping, resting up, you'll got your own common beds and all that. Um, Now, unlike the village and such, the common spaces are a bit larger, and even though they're a common space, they're a lot more private. Um, Instead, although they yeah, so the town inns, the common town inns, right? Uh, what you would pay for a public space is considered the rooms are like connected to each other to some extent, but they all have their own doors. They all have walls. So like the normal room that you would have gotten in Gavilan Gavilan or the Hamlet that was 10 by 10 is basically what you're getting here for 2 silvers. And this is considered the common place. You share a hallway, you share bathroom, um, but you still have like your own private sleeping space at the very least, with a single bed, not a double bed. Alright, that's where you're staying tonight. For dinner, do you guys want to use your own food and cook stew somewhere? Or do you guys want to eat here at the inn? Or somewhere else?
How
Like
much
a
how
tavern
much
or a
food do we
restaurant?
have?
Um, how much money you have? Or,
How much food?
oh, food. 49 pounds.
How much would we use if we cook it?
5 pounds. But if you want to make stew, you'll lose only 3.
Uh, let's eat our own.
Alright. You decide at some point to go out in the streets. Um, there's not really a place to cook unless you want to just like cook out in the open slums. there's no firewood though, so in some parts you can cook, but most likely you'll have to. I guess there might be like establishments where there's like a public fire pit that you can cook over.
Can we
You would
search
like
for
to
one
visit
of
one.
those then?
All right. Yeah, you go to like a public kind of drinking or food establishment with like open cooking pits, right? You can cook your own meals there. So they do offer you food and drink, but you decide to use your own. At the very least, they ask that you purchase some drinks. It's a copper for a pitcher of ale.
What is a
So they
pitcher?
can get you each a pitcher. A pitcher's like got like
A
almost
jug.
like half a gallon, like a jug. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy 2 pitchers for all of us together.
All right. It's a nice little drink for all of you too. Get something, a nice warm feeling in your bellies as you eat your stew. All right. There's only 5 of you, so the pitcher comes with a total of 2 pitchers come with a total of 8 pints. It's a whole gallon of ale. So about 3 of you will get extra ale. All right, or you guys can somewhat split it, share cups, or not share cups, but like have like a half, 1.5 cups of ale.
I,
Ale
recom-
makes you guys nice and warm and fuzzy inside.
I recommend
Right.
we split it so because if somebody drinks too, they might not be so fresh in the morning.
Indeed, indeed. It's just one thing of ale, so we all should be all right after the first one. Just a little buzz at the very most. Can't get drunk off of one. You can get buzzed for sure. At least fully grown men. All right. So dinner's had, and then we can move into the morning shift. So now it's breakfast. What do you guys want to do for breakfast? Same thing. Go to that one place and make your own food again.
Yes.
Alright, you do it again. This time they don't make you buy drinks. It's morning. They just let you use your fire.
Thank you very much.
Alright, you're now 43 pounds of food before you set out. Okay, let us begin. Alright. As you're leaving the city, there's a 1 in 20 chance that you all will get sick. There's a lot of people here. On a nat 1, you catch a sickness. I'll roll 5 times. If one of you contracts disease, then you increase the chances of spreading it to your mates. None of you contract any diseases while you're in Pedonia. Alright. Various entertainments are also provided in case you were interested last night. You were in the city after all, so plenty of gambling goes on at night, whoring and drinking, of course, and other things were happening late in the night as well. Like, of course, they had fight pits, if you're interested, or they had even you saw like dancing going on, all kinds of things happen in the city at night. But you, for the most part, you all ignored all the nightlife, I suppose. You can come back and enjoy it some other time. Let's see. In the morning, it's back to our normal town or city, I suppose. You just leave right away, so you don't get bothered by any other city folk. Alright, let's begin our journey back home. So we're leaving the cities. On your way into the market to pick up your caravan, there's lots of different trade goods available as well in the city and in the caravans. But we're trying to save time, so let's just grab our guy and like head out. Okay. But the city has a lot more to offer than any other settlement. Imagine like this is your hometown, and going to the city is like going to New York City or to like Tokyo, right? They got lots of tourist attractions, right? Lots of fun activities to do. The funnest activity that you saw as you're leaving was in fact a grand tournament happening this day, right? On your way out. Jousting, right? That would happen in the city. Right. You can always come back. Okay. Let's make our way back to Gavelon. This wintry day gets a lot tougher, unfortunately. Although it's not a monster, halfway through the trip back to Gevlon, it begins to storm. It's a blizzard. Do you want to press on through the blizzard or take refuge? The time this happens is somewhere between Berthonia and the bridge. So you're like almost to the bridge, right? The split in the river where you can start traveling south, but you're not quite there yet. You're somewhere in the mountain range still. So
What
you're
time?
out in the mountains.
What time of day is it?
It's about early afternoon or like late morning when this happens. The blizzard starts and like you can barely see. It's howling. You're getting really cold at this point.
Ooh, we traveled quite a bit.
So your options are either press on perhaps, take shelter, or make your way back to Bretonia through the blizzard.
Hmm.
That's where we press on, because once we hit the river, we can just follow the river back.
Yeah.
Force
Let's
march yourself.
let's press on, but we can slow down to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
Alright, so you try to slow down, try to be more careful, so we'll say that you're gonna have your rate of movement while it's storming, and then you're gonna force march your crew. So even after you reach the point of exhaustion, you're gonna press on a little longer, because after that you can just rest normally and get on for like a day or two and recover, right?
Yeah,
That
that
way
would
no
be
one
fine.
dies out here. So force march is always good if you're about to reach the settlement, right? So you're gonna careful march until the blizzard stops, if it does stop. And as you're nearing it, you're just gonna keep pressing on until you get to Gevlon, despite your tiredness. So, for that to happen, as this happens, the storm is intense, and therefore, because it's so intense, there's only a 1 in 20 chance you will not get sick, okay, from the storm. And then after that, it's a 1 in 4 chance. If you are sick, there's a 1 in 4 chance it's lethal, like you can lose a limb or die from it, right? So, you guys all have winter clothes or normal clothing. You would automatically fail or die out here if you were not wearing clothing. So if you're not wearing clothes, it's an automatic injury or death. But you guys are all wearing clothes, so you have a chance to not. So again, a 1 in 20 chance to not get sick, right? So if it's a 1, you do not get sick. Right? Sick, 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 sick. So you all at least have the cold now. We're gonna see if it's gonna be like lethal though, like a fever, right, or frostbite, pretty much. Okay, there's a 1 in 4 chance for it to be lethal, right? Alright, so character 1, which is Nikolai, you're safe. Jasper, you got sick. It's a lethal infection.
Oh no.
No.
Fortunato, you're fine. Vosi, you're fine. Augustus, you're fine. So our poor limping leader, sort of, right? Unfortunately, is stricken with more than
Question?
just a
Would
cold.
protection
Yeah.
from evil save me?
No, the storm is not evil.
It's a monster that does harm to you.
COVID's not evil,
whether
bro.
it's not, yeah, it's natural cause. So it is lethal. You're gonna make a saving throw versus disease to see if you'll die from it. Alright, you could die from it, so you'll be dead in a few days. If this sickness is not cured by the time you get back to Gevlon. But on the way back home to Gevlon, your leader does collapse. Like he just like drops right in the snow, and you get to fucking lift him and throw him on the animal, right? At that point, you had to throw him onto Augustus's horse because his animal is currently being used as a cart animal, right? Helping to drive the cart. Oh yeah, your guy also gets a check as well. He is sick, and it's not lethal. Okay, so your trader that's driving the cart is fine, but Augustus, if it's okay with you, we're gonna throw him on your horse, and you have to march him. Or you can still ride your horse. He's just on the back of your horse. Okay, so he's thrown to your horse for the remainder of the trip as he's unconscious, and it's looking really bad. He's like rock hard, like stiff, right, like ice. Okay, so he's frozen. You try to keep him warm, but there's not much you can do. And by the time you get back to Gevlon, everyone's got a cold, which you can recover from within a week of proper rest. but one of our boys is gonna die in a couple days, right? If he's not treated. So it turns out that his injury on his hamstring, right? It's still in the process of being fully healed. It's still like all fleshy and everything, but because it froze up, it actually it got even worse. Pretty much, I think this leg, it lost circulation right after all that marching and stuff,
Oh no.
and
Oh no.
his foot also already started to freeze, like this frostbite on his toes and fingertips, and nose and ears, right? But unfortunately, like a lot of the circulation was lost to the one leg that was injured. That leg is like half black from the march, and it's mostly starting from either his feet and the open wound on it's not open anymore, but it's like covered in a strange ailment that was put over the missing flesh. Here, let me see what that would look like. Pretty much you can just imagine that like his whole like leg is gonna have to be amputated due to the infection. That's how bad it got. So if it's not amputated, at least the part that's rotting and frozen, then it's just gonna get infected and cause perhaps death. So this guy's after this adventure, he's done for, unless he gets a wooden peg leg. So, but the lower that leg, it's really bad at this point, really bad. So of course the hamstring and part of your ass was torn off from your last expedition. From this expedition, your foot is basically black, right? Yeah, that looks like the case. It had to be you. Alright. What do you think, Jasper? Do you want to live forever?
I'd rather leave.
Alright. Then the small town Gevlon and the barber do what they can. They sew off your foot and wrap it up in bandages, and then of course they'll put like a little peg there instead, a wooden replacement. Nothing crazy good though, because they can't afford it, and it's also a free service. So they get that done, and over the week you'll definitely recover. So it's just your next expedition, you'll be even slower than you were before. You're limping, and now you have a missing foot. So
Yeah.
There you go, guys.
alright, thank you everyone for playing. We're gonna wrap it up here.
We'll just
you
have to
have
ask
right
him the
now is
money
Rain.
for the.
Again, thank you for playing. Have a good night, Rain, and I hope to see you at the next one.
Yeah.
Take care, brother. Alright, for the rest of you, if you can, try to stick around to the very end. We're about to wrap it up. So for the ending of the adventure tonight, you all get paid the last bit of your silver, which is promised. For each head that you brought back, it was 1, and then for the days of travel, it was 2. So you all got paid an extra 2 silvers, which leaves Nikolai with a profit of 6. Jesper, about 3.8 total profits today. Then Fortunato, 6 silver in profit. For Volsky, 7 silver in profit. You didn't spend a single piece. And then for Augustus, 6.8 silver in profit. Alright, but good job, crew. You didn't do too bad actually. Even with normal mercenary work, you can see how like dungeon delving differs from wilderness expedition in settled lands, right? So it's definitely perhaps there's more variety perhaps in the open wilderness, right, or settled lands, but you can see how much pay differs, right? Why adventurers choose dungeons perhaps over mercenary work. Mercenary work is steady and slow, low risk, low reward, right? You can see it was pretty boring maybe, right? Just traveling. It can be kind of fun and decent sometimes, but dungeons is where all the action takes place. High risk, high reward.
So, question: how much money
Yeah.
did I end up with? I kind of.
You end up with a profit of well, I've already reported some of your money, but or recorded some of it. At the end, if I pay you out, let's see, it's 2 coppers. All right, that's already been reported. Okay, so in the very end, you have 8 coppers and 78 silvers after your payout.
So, wait,
Oh, wait, no, 6 coppers. You bought ale, yeah. So 6 coppers and 78 silver pieces is what you end up with.
So, wait, can you repeat?
6 coppers, 78 silver. And you also have a missing right foot.
How 6? I had 81 to start.
Yeah, you had 81 to start, but with all the payments you made, and then including your profits, it ended up at 78 silver and
Oh,
6
I heard
coppers.
6. I heard 6. So 78.6. Okay.
Yep. At the very end. Alright, but before I let you all go, again, thank you everyone for playing. I hope you had fun tonight. Let me know what you think if you want. Follow the stream if you want, and then if you have any questions, concerns, let me know as well. But again, thanks for playing. Do any of you have any questions or concerns before I'll let you guys go for tonight?
Yeah, about like the retainer.
Oh, yeah. If you want, stay around. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
All right. Otherwise, thank you, Silver, for playing tonight. I hope to see you at the next one. Special. Hope you had fun for your first game. I hope to see you again.
It was cool, thanks.
Appreciate it. And then same thing, Valo. Thank you again for coming back and playing. I hope to see you at the next one.
Yep. Right. You guys have a good one.
All right. You too. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Sylvia, I'll talk with you then.
I would also
Okay.
like a retainer.
Okay. Very well. Stick around. So we'll go on hire some retainers in Gavelon, since we're in Gavelon. You're in the village. Jesper, you go off, or we'll start with Volsky. So Volsky, you go off and hire a retainer and see who you can find.
Yeah.
Alright. You meet one man in the village. Let's see.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the toilet.
Alright. His name is Durvik. And he's a normal man looking for kind of normal adventuring work. He's not really a combatant. But he used to be a courter. You found him working on homes, and he saw you, and noticed that you were an adventurer. And he was asking about work. He was asking like if you guys are hiring or not. What's your pay like, right? What are you willing to offer?
He's not exactly the battling type, so I'll give him like half my share. I mean, if he's
Right.
willing to put his life on the line, then maybe I'll up it up.
So half your share, and maybe some extra payment. So, that's a lot actually. That you willing to offer. You sure half your share, not like 33%?
Let's go with 30%. I don't mind spoiling.
So you're gonna do, so you gonna do 33% or half?
33%.
Okay, because half is 50% of your money. So that's a lot. All right. So you go with 33 instead of 50?
Yep. 33,
All right. So you
33.
say 33% of your share, an extra if he does well.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Alright, let's see how he reacts. He's not certain about it. He would rather have a more stable income instead of a share. He'd rather have a daily wage.
I mean, can I still hire like Ramon if that's possible?
Hire who?
Rehire Ramon, or is he dead? Dead?
Ramon?
Yeah, yeah.
I can check if he's still around. You know if he died or not? Or
No, 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 no. I remember having Ramon, but I didn't go with him, so I'm sure he's still alive.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh,
no. You said his name was Ramon, like Ramon?
like double M.
Okay. Oh, I found him. Raymond.
Oh,
Okay. So Raymond, you ask if you go around looking for him, and you have plenty of time, so you're able to find him in the village. You're gonna make him an offer. What do you offer him?
I'll offer him the same price as I did with that other man.
Alright, a 33% share. Guilty, his adventuring days are over at the moment. He refuses
Oh,
to offer. Do you want to make a different offer to him?
I'll up it like half my share, 50 now.
You up it up to 50%.
Yeah.
7. Alright, what's your charisma?
Charisma is 11.
You get a +1 bonus for upping the share. That's 8. He's still uncertain, so he's thinking about it. He doesn't refuse or accepts. Do you want to add more?
Fine, another like 2 silvers if he does well, or if he like does anything that's helpful.
He finally accepts. He would rather, yeah, you said 2 silvers if he does something well. So not just a full share, but an extra 2 silvers. So he would be making more money than you. Potentially, yeah. So, you offer him that extra money, and he will join you for the next adventure. So you promised
Yay.
him, again, half share and 2 SP.
Well, that's fine.
Okay, you offer him quite a bit, and he finally accepts. I'll see you next week
GG.
then, or whenever you choose to go on your adventure, Husky.
Yeah, yeah. Goodbye. Good night.
Alright, have a good night. I'll see you. Alright, and then Silver, what kind of
Yeah,
retainer do you want to hire?
before retainer, I wanted to ask, at this point, this character is incredibly slow, not to mention a few other things. Is there a chance I can have essentially two characters? One that is actually an active character and the other one is inactive. Like,
Yeah, you retire a character. So you retire Jasper, he becomes an NPC.
yeah, but can I have him still get better at magic? Or,
While he's an NPC, or while he's retired,
yeah,
he can go into
yeah,
research. So if you got money, he'll spend. So like you'll tell me what Jasper's up to, right? He'll be spending time doing research, paint, using his money to like study. So he'll take a break from adventuring and do
yeah,
some research. He's gonna remind me every time you play that you're researching that week. If you don't remind me, then your character just does whatever he wants.
yeah, okay. So so I would like him this week to copy the spells from the books into one another. So both books have all 4 spells.
Um, that's gonna cost quite a bit of money. Is that okay? And time.
Yeah,
So we'll begin the process. We'll do one thing at a time though. So
Yeah,
which spell do you
I
plan
just
to?
want them to be there.
Which one do you want to copy first? Because it will take 1 week for one spell to be copied over to another book.
Um, I guess raid magic the into the book with magic missile and protection of evil.
Alright, sounds good. So you'll transfer that spell, you'll make a new spell in that book. And the price is going to be 1 week and 5 silvers.
Yeah,
Is that alright with you?
yeah.
Alright. That'll take about a week to do. But we'll retire your character, and next time you come to play, he's gonna be starting the research. And after the game ends, he's gonna be done. And then in the meantime, you can play a different character.
Yeah, I would. Can I transfer weapons and stuff from him to the new character?
Not really. Not unless the new character's an heir. But that means he has to die first, right?
Yeah.
So if your new character meet Jasper as an NPC, he might be able to. But Jasper will, you know, they're on the same house, so they'll definitely work together a little more than other characters. Jasper might be up for it, but that's a lot of work getting all his gear back, you know. So, and if your new character dies with all that gear, then Jasper will lose all that gear, right?
Yeah.
Alright. But I'm gonna head to bed. It's quite late for me. So, thank you for playing.
Okay.
See you at the next one, Silver. Have a good night.
Good night.